Oh, for Pete's sake! Darn it. Are we good? Yes. Hello. It kind of looks better.
You should have gone
By the
back.
power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
If yours this perfect. Well. Andy! Andy!
Water, 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 there's no water, water, water.
Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, it's back to this face. Oh, God, this one. Oh, gosh. Hang on. Are we good? Wait. Oh. 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 Oh my goodness, this is fabulous right now. Oh boy. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? Andy. My goodness, it's CD. Andy, how you doing, sir? 17! 17! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the 17 months, my friend. Good to see you in here. Goth Fox, wonderful to have you. Orion. Yeah, all the Pete's sake. You are. Look at that with that founder's badge there. Good sir. Thank you for joining us today. Andy. Two Andys. We have many Andys in here. How's it going? So adorable. Hello, my love. We want it back? You want the fabulousness back? This is called Juicy. I gotta say, this is I feel like I need like a bunch of Chiquita bananas. Ridiculous. What is this? What does selfie flip do? It just turns it the other way. But how's it going, everybody? Andy, thank you so much for the 17 months. Lux, good to see you in here. James Mule, hello, how are you doing? Dr. Derp, good to see you in here. Not a hobbit. Hello, hobbits. We has pizzas. Aurora Chasers, Thursday, Friday morning. Plasma is definitely thick. Ooh, boy. Excellent. Good evening,
By
sir.
the power of
Good evening,
Grayskull,
Third Rock.
I have the mustache.
Oh, okay. There we go. At the moment, 30 seconds. Any question you ask, I can only say no. I can only answer no. Are those all OBS plugins? No. No. Some of these are custom works by me. But doing well. Doing overall well. I was just about to ask if we're going to have peppers on the pizza. Yes. Will it be sunny? No. 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 No, it won't. None of that. This stuff like this is Snap Camera. There we go. Do you like astronomy? Yes, I do, Twisties. Indeed I do. In fact, I would go so far as to say I really like astronomy. How you doing, Raj? Good evening. Welcome. Good to have you in here tonight. It is Tuesday. It is the Astros Potpourri, bit of a variety day. And we are, as you could see before, we are almost completed. Actually, I did notice, I'm glad I took a look at this off stream a little clearer, because I was an entire line low. I didn't line everything up properly, so I had to shift everything up one line so we could fit everything on that board. But no, unfortunately, no clear skies. When is the next time we have some clear skies forecast? It's not looking too fantastic at the moment. So what do we got going on here for the NASA WSA? So I never actually read one of these. What are we looking? What's the ideal thing that we're looking for here? Third Rock. Is it when we have a high KP index? Is that what's going to? Caleb, what's going on, sir? How are you? Yes, we will be dipping into Kerbal Space Program a little later on. We will finish up our Perler portrait. But yeah, we'll be rolling into Kerbal have a little fun. I made a channel point redeem it'll pretty much remain on here the whole time. I'll add some more Kerbals in there. Bummers, we've been doing the wild weather today. Hail, wind, snow, rain, sun, repeat. Oh my goodness. That's great. That's bananas. I know. Well, I know for any friends that are in the Winnipeg area are in for a ridiculous treat. It should be on now. There we go. Oh, that one. Andy, you had a job interview today. You got a migraine with stress with the interview to top it all off. I had to get a blood test done yesterday. Boy, everything all at once. Well, good luck on the job interview. Best wishes for that one. Hopefully it goes better than mine did, unfortunately. Push play and watch the CME and the plasma density. And so it's between this one and down here, kind of the indicators. You got clear skies. Excellent, Twisties. You staged all your scopes equipment to move to the observatory when power gets run out. Excellent. The black means thick. All right. Oh, that line up there. Wow. All right. I went well. Excellent. Excellent. Hobbit, thank you very much. It stings, but it's also fair. In the other people that were going for it. But yeah, it's I was really hoping to get this because it worked out really well for all schedules. I think it would have been perfect, but there could be future prospects with it. This might just be a nice, strong, bright aurora. I think, what do we have for our skies? I don't think it's... what are we looking at here? Like Thursday night? Thursday night was actually originally looking to be very clear. Unfortunately, it doesn't look that way at the moment. Although this forecast always switches all around. And because it is like it's essentially a full moon. We're at 97% for... and 100% over the next 4 days. Maybe Sunday night might be good. Is that thick with 3 T's? All the thickness in that. All the thickness with that storm. CJ! What's up? How you doing? Good evening to you. Welcome. There's something better. I believe there is. However, you always want the one that always gets away. Welsh boy, how you doing? Good evening. You're supposed to have clear-ish night Thursday, but dang moon. I know. Since there's no narrowband targets, scope stays away, not bothering with the LRGB with the moon up. You know that feeling. It's the important thing is at least we had pizza. It was, I was kind of hoping for celebratory pizza, but sad pizza is still just as delicious. So we have that. And if we don't reach our bit goal, at least this pizza is not going to go to waste. The pepper will go away in the fridge, but the pizza will be eaten regardless by the end of the stream. You have a question for all. All right, Andy, go ahead. Go ahead. Shoot, fire away. Pizza makes everything better. It does. It really does. And that was also, it was one of those weird things where
I am inevitable.
it was one of those moments where it's like, oh, I
Holy
didn't
potatoes.
get the job, but yay, pizza. Why is that on there? That's in a weird position. You picked up more peppers, habanero, banana, and Anaheim's. Ooh, it's a smoky potato right now. My goodness. Excuse me. You thought about Reapers, but you won't eat them. If you go Reapers, send them my way. If you had 27 million pounds, what would you do with it? That's a good question. Welsh boy, 27 million quid. My goodness, I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Obviously, like an observatory would be built, but still. Welsh boy, thank you very much for the 200 bits. If you had that much money, you'd have a cheeky to celebrate and then some cigars. Well, you know, I appreciate your honesty, CJ. Get some Dijon, get the finest ketchup. Welsh boy, thank you very much for the 200 bits. And also for our yummy, delicious ghost peppers. Actually, that one's a little wimpy. One bonus nut for you, Welsh boy. Thank you so much. What? Oh, this may be a tough evening for Spice. 27 million pounds. That's a very specific amount as well, Andy. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. You know, I told you, like, that first round of ghost peppers really really gets you. And by Twitter, YouTube, Facebook ads just to have Rick Astley. I hired out billboards, put your face under them, pointing angrily with the cool word under my face. That's what the C word is, right? Cool. Spots bees in a bin, dives into it, kitty scrabbling. No. How you doing, Alex? But yes, with 27 million pounds, there's a great deal that could be done.
Astrocanuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Not a hobbit. You know what you do is that you would get gender Restmont body despite is a thing. You would have a little. You would change up your body a bit there, Andy. Welsh boy.
1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Thank you very much. Oh my goodness.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, and a no for the next little while. No answers. Not a hobbit. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Welsh boy, thank you very much for the 100 bits. That is another 200 bits worth of ghost peanuts. And get Bezos to take you up on a rocket to the ISS. Like you'd want to get, there you go, one more bonus nut for you. You want to get Elon
This is Apollo Mission
Elon will take you up there.
Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
The CMW. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. We just can't get it up that far. Oh!
Apollo Saturn launch control. We're just at the 26-minute mark in the count. T-minus 25 minutes, 53 seconds.
The CMW, how you doing? Good to see you in here. Thank you so much for... Thank you very much for starting up this hype train. Getting things kicked off tonight. Bezos will only take you to the edge, and then let you down. Ooh, hot take, muddy knees. How you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Alright. Alright, so there's another 200 bits worth of ghost pepper peanuts. Let's get those in there while we're doing this.
The countdown still proceeding satisfactory.
Well, given the design of the Amazon rocket, there you go.
At the T-minus 9-hour mark at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
The CMW, not a hobbit. And one extra nut there for you. I'd be over gender and body dispersed is a thing for you. Hey Andy, I would hope that whatever you can do, whatever you're doing, you can be happy with yourself. You know, it doesn't take 27 million pounds. I appreciate you being in here. It is wonderful to have you y'all in here today. And I said, those ghost peppers, those ghost nuts hit hard in that first round. I don't feel hiccups will be coming on, but I think we're all right. You buy a 1 million pound piece of art, and then what would you do with this, CJ? See, this would be where I would zoom in, and would insinuate there'd be some kind of something with the butt. And then take a shiz on Twitch and sell it for $50.
6:27 a.m. and some 27 minutes later,
50 million.
miles away from the crew quarters of the Kennedy Space Center, atop the launch
I like to bet it's like for $50.
6:54 the commander, astronaut Neil Armstrong, was the first.
Call it art. Wrong art, please.
Followed about 5 minutes later by Mike Collins, and finally Buzz Aldrin, the man sitting in the middle of the seat.
I feel like we need to celebrate how much we love you with some ghost pepper pizza. Oh boy. Alex, I'm sorry, just scroll back a quick little bit. Despite the rain, you are happy with that. Welsh boy, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I was gonna say 200 pounds. No, it's not. Thank you very much. Andy, lurking here, no worries. SI3D, oh! Oh my goodness.
The weather is certainly go. It's a beautiful morning for a launch to the moon.
Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. And we will have our world's worst, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal at the completion of the hype train. Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
General status, we just passed the 22-minute mark on the count. 21 minutes, 55 seconds.
Well, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Greatly appreciated. Well, this is already on fire, and it's going to be even worse. As you can see out there on the left. CMW, Upstate Dave!
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away.
Oh my goodness.
Liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle. All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had a little
Upstate
chance to
Dave, thank
rest
you
over the
very
last
much
few
for the
minutes
gift
or
of
so,
sub
but they haven't
access.
been busy with
Thank
procedures
you very,
of the
very much.
spacecraft
You said
test
I'd be-
conductor. In the meantime, we have
As I say, at the completion of that level 1 hype train,
performing final checks on the tracking beacons and the instrument unit.
Pardon
which
me,
uses
couldn't
the
see the
guidance
countdown
system
finish.
during
I
the power
appreciate
stage
it.
of flight. Once we get down to the 3-minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we'll go on an automatic
Water,
sequence.
water, water,
As far
water,
as the
water,
launch
water,
vehicle is
water,
concerned,
water,
all aspects
water,
from there on
water,
down
there's no
will
water,
be automatic,
water,
run
water.
by the ground master computer here in the firing room.
oh boy, we'll be going live Thursday for the SLS wet dress rehearsal, possibly. What's the actually, no, I'm out of town
The
Thursday.
first stage, the S1C stage of the Saturn V.
Alright. Water doesn't help that well with water doesn't help that well with the spice. Have I seen the article on Space.com about Neptune cooling? I have not yet. Welsh Boy, if you have the link, you feel free to drop that in there. We can take a look at that, because we kind of do as Tuesday does. Whatever random bits are going to be, the spice must flow. Alright. Well, there's, for Welsh Boys 200 bits, we're gonna do these nuts for Welsh Boys 200 bits, because I have a bowl of the worst, the galaxy's worst cereal to prepare for. Yeah, you know, if Neptune is cooling, I got the solution to get it heating back up. He's got about as much these nuts as he has these nuts.
At the
Thank you very
2-second
much.
mark, we'll get
Thank you very much for
information
bringing
and
us
a
up to
signal
the
that all
to a
engines
level
are
2
running,
hype
and
train
at the 0
finishing.
mark in the countdown, once we get the
Completing
commit
number one,
signal,
I appreciate
the signal that says that the thrust is
Finishing the
proper
level
and
1 hype train is
acceptable,
greatly
we
appreciated.
then will get a commit and liftoff as the hold-down arms release
Yes,
the
as
vehicle.
always. I don't know where we're at with the Ghost Pepper. I should have had the count. I should keep the counter up here. I'll have to get that added on this scene. But yes, thank you all very much for reaching this point in the hype train. The chilled moments, the cool, relaxing moments. For anyone ever wanted to hear, who's ever wanted to hear Michael Kine say these nuts. That's it, that's just it, sir. You became the Batman. You got about as much these nuts as you do these nuts, sir. Not a minute.
Now, T-minus 10 minutes, 54 seconds on our countdown for Apollo 11. All still go at this time. The astronauts in the spacecraft busy again.
At around 1900 or so by your calculations.
Perform some final switch settings.
Oh my
for the
goodness.
stabilization and control system.
Not a hobbit.
The spacecraft also now is on full internal power. This came shortly after the 15-minute
Thank you.
mark.
Thank you so much
Of its fuel cell.
for the 5 gifted subs. We'll read those out and impale everybody on the fresh spike of appreciation, our pillar of happiness, our rod
We
of
have now gone to automatic system with the emergency detection
Gilbert.
system. That system that would,
Uncle Bill. How you doing, sir?
if there's trouble down below with the Saturn V rocket during the powered flight. We're now coming up from a 10-minute mark, 10
Welcome.
minutes
Good
away
to see you,
from
Uncle
our
Bill.
final
How are
flight.
you doing this evening?
Mark, T-minus 10 minutes and counting, T-minus 10. We're aiming for our planned liftoff at 32 minutes past the hour. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
Hello, y'all. How's it going? Uncle Bill, welcome. So good to see you in here. Hopefully you're having a very, very good Tuesday. I was going to say very good Friday. No, it's not Friday. It's a Tuesday. Fair to Midland. Not bad. Not too bad. By the way, if you lean too far to your left as I see it, the little hype rocket tries to fly up your nose. Wait, which one? Like the tiny ones? Those are the little. Whenever something progresses, the train, they fire off. They're all also at random. Whenever they. Yeah, they can be. I don't know. Like we got like one that fires off here. Another one over here. It's random where they come out from. We will try to catch one next time we see one. Pardon me. But it is always wonderful to have you in here today. And I say we're going to be working with these little beads for a little bit. I'll tell you more about our perler set at the conclusion of our hype train. But thank you once again so much for joining us today and bringing us up to the completing level 2. We finished in number 2, folks. Thank you. But no, it is what we have planned for today. We're going to continue with this. We're going to continue with our space portrait. Finish that off. It is nearly completed. We will get the iron ready, although I will be Iron Man. And then we'll look to move on to Kerbal Space Program. I have it downloaded. It is ready to go. Whether or not it wants to cooperate with us while we're streaming is a completely different story.
The start of our launch window on this the mission to land men on the moon. The countdown
That is
still
all
proceeding
wonderful.
very satisfactorily.
I appreciate you guys bringing us up
We just got by
to
on
this
important
level.
tests with the launch vehicle, checking out the various batteries in the 3 stages
completely
and
stocking
instrument
will be
unit of
fine.
the Saturn V. We remain on external
We've seen
power
crazier
through
things
most of
happen
the time
before.
to preserve those
Jelly from Picard
batteries which must be
3
used
landed
during
the other day.
power
Completely
flight.
lost your crap
We've just
over it.
taken
So
a
much
look at them
excitement.
by going internal and then switching back to external again.
I haven't
The
watched
batteries all
season
look
2,
good.
so
The next time we go
I need to
internal,
watch
we'll be at
season 2
the
and then get
52nd
hyped
mark
up
of
for
those
season 3
batteries,
on
and we'll
Picard.
remain,
There is
of
so
course,
much
on
TV to
internal
watch,
power
guys. I
during the
tell you,
flight.
there is.
The lunar module, which has been
It's
rather
difficult to
inactive
catch up
during
with
these
TV
latter phases
and then
of the time,
focus
also
on the
is going on
TV.
internal power at this time on the 2 batteries in the ascent stage and the 4 batteries
missed
at
it.
the descent stage. So in the next 20 minutes,
Well,
we'll
well, thank
take
you
a
so
look
much
at
for the
some
10
systems
bits.
in the lunar module, then power down at about the
I
10
greatly
minute mark
appreciate it.
in the count, power down the telemetry to preserve the power of the lens. The lunar module on Apollo 11, of course, when it separates from the command module.
Well, thank you all
in
very much
orbit,
for bringing us up
will
to
have a
level
qualifying
3.
Eagle.
I have
The
one
command
Picard and
module
also
qualifying
Han and everything.
once the 2 vehicles separate
Yes,
will be
join the
Columbia.
club. It's
Both Columbia and Eagle
It can be
are go at
difficult
this
to,
time
to catch
at
up on
29
TV.
minutes, 24 seconds, and counting. This is Kennedy Launch Control.
But thank you all so much for bringing us up to the level 3 hype train. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you all so much. As soon as the clock runs down, we will we'll have a bowl.
All of the galaxy's worst cereal. Thank you all so much. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. I have not watched anything on Moon Knight. I've watched 1 episode. I haven't watched the second one yet, and I believe we're tomorrow. Episode 3 drops. But once again, thank you all so much for bringing us up to we're starting things off awesome. I appreciate it, and just joining us today is always wonderful to have you in here. I bring in the entire season. It's over. It's over. Always better anyway. 1 week dole out is annoying. See, I'm of 2 minds. I do like that we can, for the episodes that roll out weekly, there's the time to digest some of the episodes. Beetle Rock, you see Kerbal in the title. Kerbal. We will be doing some Kerbal. We'll be doing some of that indeed. All right, now the CMW. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. We ate those nuts. Not a hobbit. We ate those nuts. Upstate Dave, thank you very much for the gift of sub to iAxis. Wonderfully appreciated. Welsh Boy, We ate your 200 bits worth of nuts. What we haven't eaten, and I'll come to that in a moment, is the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Quarm, how you doing? Sorry to hear about the bad news, but glad to see you live, though. Well, wonderful to have you in here. I'm happy to be live. You know what? I wouldn't... You know, pardon me. That's the ghost peppers. You got pizza, so it's not too bad. You're not excited about Star Trek Lower Decks Season 3. I haven't watched Season 2. Right. Not a Hobbit. Hobbit, thank you. For the gifted sub to Spirit Music, as well as Sir Fluffy Madge, Grand Admiral Quack, Madford Engineering, and last but certainly not least, B Squad Leader, or as I called them, BS Quad Leader. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Hobbit. Beetle Rock. Quarm. Okay. Get in there. Quarm, thank you so much for the lurk. Not interested in Picard or Discovery, especially after Kurtzman let slip during an interview that Picard are actually Kelvin timeline. He lied about being Prime just to get the fans in. Oh. Why would they do that? Beetle Rock, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 4 months of GOAT. Greatly appreciated.
I am inevitable.
We're good. Oh, AZ Punoy, what's going on, AZ? The snap follows you wherever you go. Oh boy, yes. AZ Punoy was watching AZ's stream last night. You want to check out some influential Gundam building and some awesome Lego stream. Go check out AZ Punoy, and also don't scare him while he's building his sets. He tends to snap. All right, for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal, with our ghost pepper peanuts and our black cherry with Carolina Reaper hot sauce. For Not a Hobbit. And also, oh boy, emptying this bottle. You wanted to say hi before doing some adulting? No worries. Thank you. Thank you, AZ, for joining us. Thank you so much for coming on in. All right, the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. We're doubling down. Usually, the world's worst bowl of cereal consists of some nice, crunchy, delicious moon cheese bites, like all cheddar and wonderful flavors, low in everything else, but high in taste. And it mixed some hot sauce. Delicious treat. However, when you mix ghost pepper nuts with Carolina Reapers, well, that's just the worst bowl of cereal in the galaxy. Want a paper in the freezer? Leave? See, it starts off a little sweet. Starts off a little sweet with the little sweet with the cherry, with the black cherry. But then the Reapers kick in. You just imagine Thanos forgetting himself upon hearing a song he loves, snapping along to it. It's like, they're gone. They're back. They're gone. They're back. This is catchy. So, not a habit. Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. And the gifted subs. And kicking off a hype train. I greatly appreciate it. Also, we have a new stretch goal where we will be acquiring and giving away the Lego Lunar Rover set, part of the Lego City and the Artemis 1 mission. So if we do reach that, goal, we will be doing a giveaway. So I appreciate that as our kind of our next little bit of our lay goal, if you will. Now, I also saw, so I can't remember, I apologize, I can't remember who it was asking, had I heard about Gilbert Gottfried, and I did. And I had temporarily, I immediately considered, should I drop every voice that I've been, the fake voice that I've been using for Gilbert Gottfried. And then upon reading his family's tribute to him on Twitter, I thought otherwise. And it's mainly because they want to keep the laughter going. And if he is a humorous part of how I've developed part of the commands on this channel, then I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it up. And it was just all based on what his family had written on his Twitter. I'm just trying to find that post, just to get that word for word. There we go. Yes, it was this one here. Like, oh, for Pete's sake! Damn it, Mason!
Holy potatoes!
Bassoon girly, how are you doing? Welcome. What? Why is that like that? I need to change where that's sitting. I think I'm missing a beat. Oh, I think I am. Oh dear. All right, we'll check that out in just a second. Where did my Twitter feed go? Doing well, excellent, wonderful to hear. So yes, heard about Gilbert Gottfried, and it was like I said, when I immediately thought, should I switch over all the voices that we do? But when I said we are heartbroken to announce the passing of our beloved Gilbert Gottfried after a long illness, in addition to being the most iconic voice in comedy, Gilbert was a wonderful husband, brother, friend, and father to his 2 young children. Although today's a sad day for all of us, please keep laughing as loud as possible in Gilbert's honor. So if there's any little way that we can maintain some hilarity here, then we will maintain that. But no, we are indeed missing one of the beads. Ran away. Yeah, hopefully everybody is having a fabulous day overall. My God, it burns. It still burns. Captain Canada! Captain, how are you today? Okay, that's... his episode of Norm's podcast was absolutely epic. Completely unhinged, and loved every second of it. He's just one of those comedians of that... I guess of that generation with Norm Macdonald and Bob Saget and so many other amazing comedians, and it's just freely letting loose with his comedy and just not being afraid to make people laugh at almost any expense. Having a good one, yes, Captain Canada. But after a bowl of the galaxy's worst cereal, things burn a little bit, a lot of it. And yeah, exactly, Welsh boy. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Oh. But it's so delicious, though. Ooh, who remembers so delicious? I think I like the root beer one the best. It had that little bit of the whatever the creamy, foamy, whatever it was on top of the. It's delicious stuff. So as we started this last week. Also, for those who are keeping score at home, I missed the entire top row because it looked like it didn't line up. And, well, it should have lined up, because when I got near the bottom, it was not, didn't have like that one row left over for the last little bit. Or, I hurt myself today. See if, yeah, my mouth still feels, it really, really does. There's nothing wrong with the, I was gonna say, there's nothing wrong with my mouth, except the odd whatever word that comes out of it. But hope everybody else is having a very good day. Or if you are doing some astrophotography, pardon me, if you're doing some astrophotography, hopefully you have some clear skies, because we don't. Hello, I'm Jonah Cash. Nah. I will parrot people. Beetle Rock, you got snow. Oh my goodness. I did hear the forecast that was going to be Winnipeg or Winterpeg was possibly going to endure. And you ain't too happy about it. I wouldn't. Well, you know what, for our tractor, we're going to be taking off the snowblower attachment. So if it's going to snow, they got like a couple of days before we switch it over to the lawnmower season. I really hope it doesn't snow here anymore. I've seen there pretty much in our area there isn't any little pocket of snow, which is good. But the ground is still very, very wet and soggy and mushy, and just wear the gigantic boots so that we can at least trudge through any of the mushy areas until it starts to dry up and we can really tidy things up for the season. But it's going to start to look a little prettier. It's not going to be all these bare naked trees in bloom. And to be fair, this will be not to be fair, this will be the first spring at this place. So, you know, really excited to see what changes are going to start occurring with the whole yard and with everywhere else, and you know, we'll start getting the bees back in. What's that green stuff? It's duck. Actually, all Canada geese do fly by, and their poo is green, and they just lay a fresh layer of goo all over the place. Whatever's brown is grass. Everything that's green is goo. Duck what? Duck. Didn't catch that. Duck. One more time. Duck poop. Goose poop. Goof troop. No. No. Oh my goodness. Hey, did you know that duck is green? My goodness, we learned about it on Astro Stream. It must be true. He's on Twitter. He's on Twitch. Everything he says is factual. There's just a couple more lines to do on this. And then we can... Don't want to know what led CJ to say it. Well, you know what? CJ led CJ to say that. Oh, here. Now we'll leave that for now. Your favorite color just got even cooler. Or slightly warmer. Nuts. Choking on nuts. All right, I was able to start laying these down like 2 by 2. That wasn't... It doesn't seem to work out in this... You won't get to see me get the iron out before bed. If any other stream dictates how it goes, Andy, we'll probably still be building this. That's what she said. Oh my goodness. These. Nor SOB, how you doing? Or is it Norsob? Which one is it? I remember these in kindergarten. You as a kid with the iron, with the baking paper. We have the baking paper. It came with baking paper. How you doing today? We're attempting to finish this little bit of art. And then eventually start to move on to creating our own designs. Wait. Oh my goodness. Apologies. It was the ghost peppers and the hot sauce that's kind of stuck in my throat right now. It's causing issues. All right, let's see if I can...
Water. This the water.
Fine, thanks, X. Well, good to see you in here today. Welsh boy, thank you very much for the hydrate. It's just, I think there's like a pepper flake stuck in my throat. And it's just going to cause me nothing but hilarity until we complete this. All right, which one do we have next? I think it is a purple and a not purple. Yes, I still refer to them as the colors that they aren't. Hopefully all are having a wonderful day. It is a new stream night for us. This is kind of a week 2, I guess, of the official night we're set to be streaming. And we will do different art-based, space-based art, or crafting, or gaming.
By the power of Grayskull, and I have the mustache.
Oh, it's just on this one. Any questions? Next 30 seconds. I can only say no. Only a no with these ones. With this mustache, it compels me to say no. Will I finish this today? No. Is this true? No. Oh my goodness. Okay, I feel like the peppers are subsiding. I think my throat's gonna make it. I think we can stop coughing now. perhaps. Yes, indeed. How are all you sexy people today? The mustache is off. I can agree now. I hope everybody is having a very nice Tuesday. Even if it is full of goats. Goats are good. Goats are great. The goat is the mascot of which American state? I don't know the answer, so y'all gonna have to tell me that. Nor SOB, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in the observatory. Is it Sob or son of a bitch? Or can I just call you Nor? Wonderful to have you in here today. We are, like I said, we do for these Tuesday streams, usually. Actually, where are my manners? It has been like an hour, and I haven't properly introduced myself. Even at the beginning of the stream, we didn't even do that. At the top of the hour. Nor is fine. Wonderful. Well, let's do one of these at the top of the hour. Welcome, for those who are new to the channel. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible. And today, like I said, is our art-based crafting stream. But usually we are taking some live images of outer space. Right now, it's kind of tough with all the clouds, unless we get into radio astronomy. But we'll take images of outer space like the Orion Nebula and many other targets that are absolutely gorgeous to look at. Speaking of gorgeous things to look at, Scotty Rotten, how you doing? Welcome in, sir. How are you? So this image here, now it seems like it is just a wide field view of stars, but really there's only a small handful of stars in this image. Everything else is a galaxy. 450 to 270 million light years distance. This group, called the Coma Cluster of galaxies, is just a tiny portion of the large cluster of galaxies that can be seen in this area of the night sky. But we focus on this on this portion because we have these two large galaxies that kind of form distinct eyes that we can easily frame in the camera. But every single smudgy, blobbly, yeah, we'll go blobbly. We'll say that for now. Is a galaxy 450 to 270 million light years away. So that is what makes some of these areas just so special. Galaxy just blown your mind. Space blows my mind on a regular basis, and I am thankful for it. I'm thankful for all these images that we can bring, all these areas that we can show, that things that our regular boring meat cameras really can't discern. Unless you have like a humongous telescope, and even then, it's not always going to be within everyone's budget. Supper Lurk, must feed the babies. No worries, Mighty Knees. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you in here. The mind is constantly being blown. So what I do like about the Pinwheel Galaxy, one of the most massive galaxies that we can see face on, more than double the size of our own Milky Way galaxy, but this little spiral arm that is distinctly perturbed, much more of a different shape, is just out of frame. This little smudge here, this little satellite galaxy, is responsible for this perturbation that we see in the galaxy structure. But it's still a wonderful target to image. And the more time you can sit, you can image, you can take pictures of a object out in space, the more detail you can start to discern. This is about maybe 45 minutes. a decent amount of time to see some overall structure. I mean, easily see the nucleus of the galaxy and some of the darker banding in the dust lanes. However, you put hours into this, you can start to separate the nebulae, this other star forming regions, much like we have our own Orion Nebula. You start to separate those. Start using a monochrome camera, getting that mono gang, and really start to highlight specific areas of your targets and bring out even more detail. Caleb knows what it's all about. That's it. Or we bow to the moon and we peer at its beauty. Now, we really like to rag on the moon. We really like to take the mickey out of the moon because it causes so much light pollution. Mono Gang, Space Saeed. Sup, Mojo Jojo? How you doing? One of us. Well, I know I want to become one of the Mono Gang. Soon, eventually, we will get there. I was looking outside today, and it was an absolutely gorgeous day. Like the exact opposite of what we're seeing right now. Like it was clear blue skies, sunny AF. That stands for autofocus here. And it was perfect for solar viewing. I'm thinking, oh, I think I gotta start making even if it's not the mono camera, gotta start making a push for a solar telescope. A hydrogen alpha solar scope that we can image the sun and have some daytime streams. The moon is made of cheese. Delicious, delicious cheese. Much like the cheese that sits atop a pizza that has a ghost pepper sat atop the cheese on the pizza. Well, good to see you, Mojo. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Glad to have you in here today. We are aiming to, well, not aiming. In all likeliness, we're going to complete this project. And then we will hopefully not burn the office down with the iron. Hopefully not. And this was the little technique I was doing earlier to try to speed things along. Was just kind of plopping them in 2 by 2 or 1 by 2. And it actually worked out pretty good. I think in this regard, the extra step is just finding the beads and then drop them on here, which kind of almost defeats the purpose of what I was doing before, because I would just dig right into the container. Get these out. Although, I guess with less precision, I could... No. It's exactly that. It is less precision. Okay. That one is a not pink or not purple? You are a not purple, right? It looks like it. Yes, it is. So now these last few rows, I could just do that little 2 by 1. And then we can fire up the iron. I don't know how long it takes to heat up. It looks tasty. The pizza is tasty. It was a new pizza place we ordered from today. Trying out some different pizza parlors in the area because we're still getting accustomed to where we're living. We used a handful, then piece there. But our hands were tiny. Yes, I do not have child-sized hands. That would come in handy with this set. Although the difference between these ones that we're using right now, between the original version, these only have a hole on one side. the other part is a nice flat cap, so it gives you this more of an even tone for the set versus something like Batman, which has the open-ended beads, which I think would almost be easier to just plunk on top of each individual peg. These ones go in between the pegs. Pardon me. So that's also what drew me to this, is because it does fit a little bit of the aesthetic of Lego, which we do on Sundays. Every Sunday morning is our Lazy Sunday Lego streams. And this is just another version of art that I do enjoy. I am a graphic designer, so I largely think in pixels. So Lego art, perler beads, cross-stitch patterns, things like that is what I like to almost use as few pixels as possible to create a very discernible image. So we do have some of those. Some of the pixel art that does pop up on the stream every now and then. But it's fun. I enjoy doing this. I think it has been it has been very, very relaxing, as it were. So I do enjoy building this and creating this or making it. We're not we're not building it. We're just kind of assembling, following the pattern, and yet somehow I make it take forever. I guess that's just a talent of mine. Yeah, I'm realizing, I noticed that there's like these peach-colored beads that look very, very similar to the pink. Just gonna make sure I'm grabbing those ones instead, because we're kind of nearing the end of all the kind of pinkish beads that are for this set, and then the other design with Saturn uses a few other colors to create that planetary vibe, which looks like a fun one as well. But we'll move on to another pattern afterward, or another completely different project altogether. All right, purple and orange purple. I wonder if pizza will taste the same if we lived in space. That's a good question, Mojo. Now, you know how they add more seasoning to food that's served on airplanes because of that altitude? Our taste buds don't work the same as they do down here. I think there may have been something in Tim Peake's book about the type of food they get on the International Space Station. Which color is this? Orange and red. Reds, yes. Two reds. Maybe longer taste. It's sustained. It hangs in your mouth. Although that would be terrible if we had ghost peppers in space. That'd be horrendous. Oh, wait, that's the wrong color. Do we need any more oranges? No. Just a red. just need one red bead, thank you. Yes, I do say this is a very, very chilled, very relaxing kind. Oh, sugar lumps. Now we moved in. I was say it's chilled and relaxing, but then when you muck it up by moving things around, just make it that much more difficult for yourself. You've seen the pizza oven on the ISS. The International Pizza Oven. My goodness. That's one thing I would like to eventually build outside is a wood-fired pizza oven. I think that would go very well. Somewhere around the yard. We build a pizza oven. Maybe near the fire pit. Also, I can't wait to get it all cleaned up for the season. Get the first official bonfire going, not just lighting up our old dried out Christmas tree. Because, I mean, that when people say like Christmas trees that are getting dried out in your house can be a real fire hazard, it is incredible how quickly those things light up and just burn ridiculously fast. Like a Dutch oven. I could put the pizza oven on the other side of the observatory. That's true. As long as the heat doesn't interfere, we don't get anything mucking up with our seeing. Because then you fire up the scope and you get the pizza oven going. Get some imaging and pizzaing. Or you get the pizza started while you're cooling down the equipment, while the telescope is getting ready to image. And then because we've taken this into account, Nor, because we don't want to have the smoke. We'll have some kind of exhaust system to dissipate all the smoke in some way, shape, or form. We'll be as effective as possible with all of this. Now, you can also get a smoker that could be used as a pizza oven, and you can make delicious smoked meats. Oh my goodness, there was somebody in here before had one of those green eggs, and I was wildly envious of that item. We just use, or you smoke the meats with with pizza smoke, pizza flavored, pizza infused brisket. How awesome would that be? We do enjoy talking about food here, if it hasn't already been wildly apparent. You got a master built electric smoker. Is it just easier to control with if it's an electric smoker? You don't have to worry about, I guess, feeding the fire or making sure that it's at the right temperature. But it's one of those. Okay, like I made many weeks ago. I made steak in a cast iron skillet. And it was delicious. It was perfect. It was wonderful. It was buttery, garlicky, timey, steaky. It was absolutely fantastic. But then I was left with this pan, this cast iron skillet, full of beef drippings and some rich creamery butter, and some garlic flavor, and thinking, what could we do with that? Yeah, the next logical step was to make cast iron skillet cornbread. The only thing that stopped me was that we didn't have any cornmeal. And I wasn't about to go running to the grocery store to get any, but it was like, gotta keep that in mind for the next time.
Next time, Gadget.
Yes, though fancy smokers have an add-on where you can get that will control the temperature as well. I guess if we're not going anywhere, and then we want to be able to have a really, really awesome smoker. Oh, that's pink and not purple. Boil meat in a vacuum chamber. You know, it's funny. I've never cooked meat sous vide before. See, in my mind, I would do that. I would cook the meat in his little pouch, and then get some kind of rip-roaring hot grill just to make some char upon that steak. And it's tender as heck, but then it's got that whole char grilled taste to it. But a Mastercraft Electric is about $200 US. That's not too bad. So I'm thinking of those green eggs. It's like they're like 800. It's like that or a telescope. I'm kind of thinking, I do like food, but a telescope is a telescope. Your cousin got the Traeger sous vide the other night. Ooh, how's that going? Oh, you hang on. I read I read 2 comments as they moved up. My cousin got a Traeger smoke grill pizza oven. That sounds awesome. I have to check that out. You literally cooked steak sous vide the other night. Caleb, how did that turn out for you? And that one is $1,000. Interesting. That's how you should do it sous vide. Got to sear it to finish. I guess I'm on the right track. I've never tried cooking it that way before. But how are you? Only one can know me. Good to see you in here tonight. Just reminds me of the boiled bacon scene in Better Off Dead. Boiled bacon does not sound delicious. Why you? Who's boiling bacon? I did talk about that one time after a wonderful night of partying. My friend's brother decided to be very accommodating and cook us bacon and eggs. The bacon was still squealing, but I just politely ate it and went home and slept off the rest of the night and the bacon. You are good. I am doing well. I'm doing very, very well tonight. I'm happy to see you all in here. It is wonderful to have you. That's what makes it funny. It just seems like it's just so... Like it would be... The bacon would be about as pink as the packed... No. Greetings from Peru. Hello, Jan. Welcome. Good to see you again. How are things? Glad to have you in here. All right. We have placed every last bead required. Now comes the tricky part. Where am I putting the iron so I don't burn this whole place down? On the top of food, Klondike makes a shake in a pouch. They're amazing. Really? Wait. Really? Does it taste like a Klondike bar? What would you do for a Klondike shake in a pouch? Would you stand on one leg? would you follow? Let's see. All right, Andy, you're gonna go to bed. All right, no worries, my friend. Good to see you in here. Thank you so much for joining us, as always. So what does this say? Fusing instructions. Place pegboard on a flat, heat-safe surface. This is flat, but this is not heat-safe. That is not heat-safe. Like this whole thing is flammable. Maybe we'll put on top of this. Set iron to medium. Place ironing paper over beads and pegboard. Using a circular motion, iron for about 10 to 20 seconds. Larger projects may require more time. Do not press down on the iron. Remove ironing paper and bead design from pegboard to prevent bead design from warping. Place a heavy book on top of the design as it cools. Note, do not place iron directly against beads or pegboard. Pegboard is not designed for use of any type of oven. It will warp. Pegboard and ironing paper are reusable. All right, so let's turn this iron onto medium. Can we see the iron from this end? No. Can we even see it with this camera that's off? Also no. All right, why is this not... Why is this not working? There we go. Okay. Ignore the mess. There's the iron. There's the iron. So it needs to be on medium. I'm going to put this underneath. And then that way, when we reveal that the entire project has melted to my mouse mat. Oh, I see a bead that has moved. Why did that one bead, like, you can see that right there, right? Oh no, oh no! They're moving! They're all moving. Why are they all moving? Rest assured, it is not your iron. I promise you. I really, really, really promise you, it's not your iron. Will I be ironing on my desk? Yes. Yes, I will. Maybe we'll warm up the pizza too. Jigsaw Nerd, what's going on? How are you? Can you recommend removing the mat? That is a difficult thing to do. That is very difficult to do. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Ooh. Yes. Can I borrow? So adorable, my love. May I borrow your ironing mat? All right, Deacon Wife, how you doing? Do you have anything to put a kettle on? Maybe that's suitable. You're okay? Just very tired. Well, good to see you in here. Here is a difficult thing. Now getting this back on here. Okay, so we also need to have like it says to have a heavy book afterward to prevent warping. Believe it or not, I may not have completely thought this through. I think I need to move a couple of things around. Yeah, let's move this whole tray of the space shuttle for the moment. We'll have a flat surface on which to leave. Actually, maybe I'll just iron it over. Oh, no, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, boy. All right. Come on over here. Follow me. Join me, please. Yeah, that's warm. That's warm. All right, let's see how this. Let's see how this goes.
Potatoes.
This can only end in awesomeness, right? Right? Oh boy. Okay. Here's hoping. Here goes. Ooh, here goes something. All right, but I need to have something heavy to sit on top of it. Don't really have. Maybe we can pile up some. We can pile up some Lego boxes. That'll work. That will be fine. Okay. Yeah, that feels. Safety auto stop. Is that like a button to press? I have no idea. So this is like. I don't know how this is gonna go. All right, well, here goes something. All right, we don't have to. We're not pressing. Pressing, we're moving it in circular motions. I can just see this whole thing falling apart. Just using the weight of the iron. Do its thing. You figure that's been like 20 seconds? Should have put like a timer or something like that. I don't even know if it's hot enough. It said a medium heat, right? Did that work? It did not. The iron is on. Okay, maybe that wasn't on medium. It looks like some of them started to melt. I can feel it moving. Yeah, some of these did not melt at all. This seems well standard for everything that we do on here, right? I don't know. Let's try this again. Oh, sugar lumps and weasels. No, it moved. Oh no. Oh no, they're all separating. Uh-oh. Oh, crud. Oh no. I thought this was supposed to be relaxing. Is this not hot enough? All right, let's see more movement with the other thing. Mistakes have been made. Yes. Nor did I ever say I was an expert at this. Oh, that's looking a little better over there. That looks a little more melty. As long as I just kind of keep moving it, moving around those what I've themed over to the hot spots. Like that middle section looks nice. That looks decent over there. You just showed me why I don't do perler beads. Used to work at a craft store many years ago. It was a common customer complaint with beads moving in the melting process. Well, I gotta say, I will not complain about this. And you know what? I think it's also good that this happened. I think this is a good thing because it shows you that this doesn't always go according to plan. So most of that looks okay. But I'm not convinced that these corners are complete. That's looking a little better. That looks a little more like, and if we melt things a little too much, well, then that's just another thing to learn. Or just kind of figure out how hot this iron is. Or isn't. Maybe, I wonder if we could heat up the pizza on this. Okay. I'm going to assume that this is all nice and melted. Probably isn't. Who knows? We might overdo it. Maybe the iron isn't even as hot as I thought it was. All right, Caleb, you're gonna head off. No worries. No worries. Give me a tip with KSP, but don't crash. Gene Simmons or Ace Frehley? Which method should I take? All right, this is probably way too melty. Let's see. It's not melty enough. It's melty in some spots, but not in others. Okay. Like that's all nicely melted. And follow Scott Manley's guides on YouTube if I'm really stuck. There's a good chance we might be going over to YouTube. I am Iron Man. Alright, why are these ones don't look too melty together? This is gonna be a mild disaster. It is heating unevenly. This is weird. Nerduino! How you doing? Maybe it's that it wasn't like I didn't let it heat up long enough. How are you doing, Nerduino? Yeah, that big lots. Yeah? Well, I am Iron Man. Well, that was too damn perfect. How is the cloud observing program coming along? Very well. Very, very well. How are you, Nerduino? Good to see you in here. You usually let an iron heat up for 10 minutes. That could be a very good reason why it's not working for me. It's because I'm way too impatient. I figured because that little bing went off, that it was ready. It all heated up. When, okay, I can see some parts are like nice and melty. Give it a good lick. Can you burn your tongue? It's ready. Okay, perfect. Let's try that. We haven't tried the tongue method yet. I'm not applying any pressure, like it said, and just letting the heat do its thing. That was probably my big issue, is that I didn't really let it heat up. I thought it was. Does it look like I know how to iron? No. I really should. But that's also why you buy clothes that don't require ironing. All right, this corner didn't look that great. So, but I feel like all around. Oops, sugar lumps. Well, that's something. Like the middle that's all nice and melty. I think up here still needs some time. It's so adorable. Is that you? She's probably just groaning at this. Thinking she's just glad I'm not using her iron. That's the whole story. She's just glad this isn't her iron. You wouldn't dare laugh out loud. We do now. When I quickly just... No, see, that's not even melted down there. We do have his and hers irons. Oh, thank you. Thank you, my love. I would do the heart thingy, but I kind of need two hands. Hey, I would do the close-up face thingy twisty, but I need two hands. I have to hold the cord here. I have a feeling like this middle bit is just... That's all melted. That's all done. Hey, this is a family-friendly show. What are we talking about here? Okay, this... I wonder how many times I bumped that. It's looking all over more melty. But except that corner. These corners still don't want to... They still don't want to do their thing. Okay, this is way longer than 10 to 20 seconds. Clearly, I do not have the heat up. Maybe I don't even have the heat up high enough on this thing. Perhaps that is the case, that maybe I'm not even giving it enough heat. I reckon it's welding torch time. Welding torches and duct tape. That'll get the job done. Okay, I want to believe that this is nice and melted. It looks so much more melted than before. Even more so in some other areas. Like, oh, it's like, look at it, it's going, I love it. It's getting all like squared. Looking squared off like this is gonna be real pixel art. This is probably all like glued to the pegboard by now. Okay. I think that's got to be done. That looks fairly melty to me. Let's see. That seems much-ish better. Still believe those corners probably could have had a little more heat. I just want to blast that corner a bit. I can see that maybe like chipping off the corners. What you gotta do now that I'm totally experienced in this, you gotta give the corners all the love. The corners just don't get enough heat all the time. You gotta love your corners, folks. If you don't love your corners, things are gonna fall apart. And you don't want your perlers falling apart on you, do you? Because my goodness, that's gotta be a pain in the rear to put back together. Holding the lighters up and getting the blowtorch out. Oh boy, oh boy. I tell you. Perlers, like my Nona used to make. My goodness. You don't get flavor like this anymore.
I have the mustache.
You see, what you need to do is you need to make sure that all the corners are lovingly melty and nice and wonderful. That's much better. There you go. That is better. Okay. So it says you need to take this off of the... Yeah, that seems much better. Okay, what does the instructions say? Okay, this is very warm. Okay, you need to remove the ironing paper and bead design from pegboard. To prevent beads from warping, place a heavy book on top of the design as it cools. Okay, I do not have a heavy book. But I do have some... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nothing. 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 Oh dear. So, what'd you break? Well, it's not so much what I broke. It's how difficult this is to come off from the pegboard. Because I wouldn't be surprised if I melted the pegboard to the beads. Just one of those things I'm thinking has happened. There is the ever so slight chance that this may have ha! Aha! 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 Look at that! All right, we have to put something on top of this. So as it cools, let's we'll put this on top to cool it down. I think that's appropriate. Let that sit on top of there. This does look a little warped. I wonder if it'll go back to its original shape. I don't know. I'm not too sure. Bad adhesion is... Yes, find out with Astro Printer what's up. Bad adhesion, too high. No, but it is, the pegboard is a little warped. It is kind of bowed out a little bit. All right. I'm going to unplug my iron because I do not need the iron on anymore. Everything's still working? We're good? Power's still on? Good. And unplug everything else. I'll leave that to cool. Throw a couple other boxes on top. Maybe this will... It has a little bit of a bounce to it now. I wonder when it cools down, if it will kind of straighten up and fly right. Or I wonder, or do these just kind of naturally, do they get a little warped? I have to check it. Let's see. There needs to be some more perler enthusiasts out there. Rasmanner, how you doing? Good to see you today. All right, we're just waiting for our design to cool. I don't know how long that's going to take. But I thank So Adorable so much for letting me use her ironing mat. I'm going to have to get an ironing mat now. I have his and hers ironing supplies. All right, well, this is covered in like hot pepper dust. It's a little warm. But otherwise it doesn't look that it's impacted. Should be just a little over 3 Kelvin. Probably from the mat, it's old. All right. Well, I'm not about to taste it to see if it is ironing mat dust or hot pepper dust. But yes, you do see 2 peppers. Well, it's 1 pepper cut in half, so it sits nice and comfortably on there. What's up, Lego Wiz? How you doing? That's where you jump in and offer to buy a new mat. Would you like a new ironing mat, my love? That is the perfect emote, Lego Wiz. How you doing today? A big one, a quilt-sized one. What would you do? Could I still use this one? Would that be okay if I still use this one and I get you a big fancy quilt mat? Huzzah! Oh, do we have a... We may have a helicopter going over. I can hear it. Deadly Fork, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. I'm just I can hear the evac helicopter going. I guess maybe it's not flying over. We'll give it a minute to show up. A smoker, a barbecue thingy. You know, we put meat in. You put in raw meat and it comes out hot and delicious. I was kind of thinking that we could have, like, usually we see a helicopter heading over in like this area. I guess it's going east-west or something like that. Not bad. Getting ready for bed. 3:15 a.m. work for tomorrow. Where are you heading off to? Oh, but we'll have the so adorable. We'll have the pizza oven, but it'll be like a pizza oven / smoker. Who would not love some pizza flavored brisket? You know, that would be delicious. Was there a meteor strike on the pile of bricks? It's laying out our path, how we want to design our whole trail leading outside, because there's going to be, it's not all going to be just grass out there. As long as I do the cooking, you don't care what happens. You heard it here, folks. We're getting a smoker pizza oven. You would trade a smoker for an ironing mat in a hot minute. Exactly. Nerd, we don't know what he's talking about. Nowhere good. Newark, then Memphis. Oh, boy. Kazuari! Kazuari! Hello, friend. How you doing? Sunny D, what's going on? Welcome. Bullets for brunch. I prefer pizza for dinner, but hey, you know what? To each their own. How you doing? They wanted to see the crafting. Well, we have, you're in, I guess you're in luck. Good to see you in here. Oh, hang on a tick. Let's do one of these. One moment.
What is your name?
Brawl Star Bud.
What is your quest?
To seek the Holy Grail.
What is the capital of Assyria?
I don't know that.
Well, welcome in, Kazuari. Glad to have you in here. Deadly Fork, get a pit boss. And we can run a casino as well. Perfect. We'll have a pizza oven, a smoker, and a blackjack table out there. Be fantastic. Raj, woo! A bit of a back-to-back raid. Lego Puck Boy. Oh my goodness. Welcome. Oh my good. Double raid, Kazuari, Lego Puck Boy. How you both doing today? Welcome, welcome. John Stepp, what's going on? Good to see you. I figured that would be. Well, good to have you all in here today. Wonderful to have you in. For those who are new, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible. And Tuesdays, we do a bit of crafting. We do a bit of gaming on Tuesdays. Part-time fun. Alex, how you doing, sir? Welcome. Good to see you again. Good to have you in here. How was your stream, Kazuari? Lego Puck Boy, how was your stream as well? What did you get up to? See, look, I got a little bit of arc and some art. Yes, I'm just waiting for our little bit of art to cool down. I can show you a paper version of what we were doing. Now, I had to break out the fire with an iron, so that was interesting. But we're using the perler caps to create this little bit of artwork. Stream is good. Made strawberry squid plushie and played Pokemon. Ooh. A strawberry squid plushie. Did you create a plushie toy? That sounds wonderful. Yeah, Lego Puck Boy, glad to have you in here. Thank you so much for bringing in your community as well. Some wonderful double raids back to back. Raj, I saw you're gonna call it a night. Have a good night. Wonderful to see you in here as always. I plan to make it to a real thing in the future. Oh, that'd be cool. I look forward to seeing that. You also made a Kirby eating Steven. Was he aware of this this artistic ingestion? Are you loving the Dots astronaut? Well, let's see if I don't know if I don't know if it's cooled down or what. For those who know me, you know that I'm kind of fairly impatient. So let's see how the artwork has turned out. I'm pretty sure it's not cooled down completely, but he was watching in horror. All right, now it said to weigh this down with a heavy object. It's cooled. It seems flat, and I think that's really neat. I like it. I love it. Yeah, so we started off with these little guys. These ones are a little different than the regular perler beads. I think this is a fairly new product that they've released, where it only has a hole on one side and a flat cap on the other one, so that you're left with this nice undotted piece of art. It's the first one I've ever ironed, so I was kind of thinking that we might have like ruined the board, but I think overall Oh, all right. Well, apparently, well, not apparently. I must have put those two in upside down, or they melted. We'll say it's on purpose. I wonder how does it look like if you have it like far away. Does it look? Oh, that looks really cool. I like that. I dig it. It's something a little different. You know, you get the pixelated artwork. Doesn't look like much when it's up close. And then pull that back and you get let your eyes fill in the details. It does look good. Hold it. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so I am... it's a little warped, but hey, it matches me. I am really looking forward to making Batman at some point. Now, the Batman print is 6 of these. That's going to be massive and massively awesome. That's so the Batman one is the open-ended beads, so that's going to look a little different when it's finished. But I like this. I think this is okay. So obviously, when we start doing Batman, this is a legacy project. It is going to be several factors of a stream long. Well, see how this one is one, and it took how many streams? Like, we started this last Tuesday, and then worked a little bit on Friday and Saturday. And then off stream today, I added a few more, but I was doing like 1 by 2 on here, so it went by a little quicker. Also, Batman, he has a great deal of open spaces, so it's just kind of Batman, and hopefully that one won't take as long, but we'll see. I would hazard to say this would probably be, especially if it's just the Tuesday streams, we will finish this just in time for next Christmas. Maybe not. But I'm thinking just because there's a great deal of blue, we'll blitz through Batman a little quicker. Now, this is the other one we have. So far, I have like 3 distinct sets. Whereas this one, you have to assemble it piece by piece. And you create like a 3D model. I think this one would take longer than Batman. But I do like that there is the option of gray. And then there is all the multitudes of other different colors, because what I want to do is with that moon is create a mosaic. And make my own perler design. So we can have... Because something like this is a little more cost effective than Lego. It takes like 10 times as long. But at least it'll give me the desired effect that I want. And what I like to see on the back of this, so here's the other side, all the melty bits. But some portions they melted evenly enough that we have like little squares, so it is very pixelated artwork on here. I don't know which side I actually like better. Like, this is nice, the even aesthetic of everything, but then you got like the pixels. I'm liking that. You can see how the baking paper has left its mark in here as well. Yes. That's cute. I like it. I'm looking forward to doing some more of those. I think that's pretty darn fun. It's wonderful to have everybody in here today. It is a new streaming day. We've had one official full stream for our Tuesdays Potpourri edition, and the very first time we were going to run it, everything went by the wayside because we had some clear skies. However, tonight is not that kind of night. Now, you also see it is 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, and it is still fairly bright. That's imaging streams are going to be starting much later and later in the evening, to the point where it almost will start to favor those waking up early across the pond. Or perhaps those on the West Coast. It might not be too late in the evening to catch the stream. So we will aim to do more of those when possible. Nerduino, get in the beard.
Okay.
I appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Also, for those who aren't following Nerduino, if you want to get all the news and information in space and see some fun crafting as well over with Nerduino, recently building a working orrery some fun things to check out with another member of the science and tech family. But wonderful to have some new faces, some familiar names, some long-standing members of the community joining us tonight. It is what I love to do. Everything that I can twist astronomy into, I like to be able to incorporate it as much as possible. We have recently met some goals that I want to address. And I thank you all for the support and the continued support that goes on. Where we will be getting these goals are based off of some Lego that we're going to be adding to the collection. First off, we're going to find out where my wish list has gone so I can quickly rhyme this off. We will be adding the Lunar Research Base to our builds, as that is available until the end of the month for a double VIP, which will equate to more budgeting available for Lego on the stream. But there is also one set that we're going to be adding to coincide with NASA's SLS launch. And the wet dress rehearsal for this rocket is set to take place what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday. Over the course of Wednesday and Thursday, get things ready. The wet dress rehearsal means that they are going to be filling up the tanks with the fuel source. And then essentially making sure that everything is ready to go right up until launch. Which at that point, they will take the whole rocket back into the vehicle assembly building. Make sure that all the tests are correct and to the levels that they want to see. And from that point, they will announce when the launch is going to be. Because there was a bit of a delay, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to say it isn't going to be anytime sooner than like maybe mid-June, early July for the test launch. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if we might. Actually, I will. I'm going to be out of town on Thursday, so I won't be able to cover the wet dress rehearsal. But there's no real activity that goes on with that. And not to say that it isn't boring. That it isn't interesting. It's not the sheer excitement that comes from a rocket launch, but nonetheless, it is an important step towards the Artemis mission, which will start with the test launch of NASA's SLS, and there's the Orion capsule up top that is going to make its trip around the moon back to Earth, and this is all going to get the data required for sending humans to the moon a couple years after that. So it is a 3-part mission where they will send a crewed mission around the moon's orbit, and then aim to start to add that lunar base. So we figure let's make things coincide with everything that we're doing on here and add a little bit of a Lego element. G-Boy 1836, what's going on, G-Boy? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow today. Back in 2012, you managed to get into the VAB. It was between Space Shuttle being shelved and start of the SLS. They had a mock-up of the Orion capsule. And like back in 2012, so you see how long this has been going on for. Now, I think I saw it was today. This day, it was 41 years ago when Columbia first launched, for the first launch of the Space Shuttle. Carlitos, how you doing? I heard about the interview on Discord. You're so sorry. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully, we can comfort you on the stream tonight. You know, I'm very glad to see everybody out here tonight. It's been very fun so far. And the fact that we got this finished, it's ironed. It is now, it's all melty, cheesy goodness. VAB is an impressive building. I wish everyone could get a chance to go inside. Just the fact of how tall the tall this shuttle is. You know, I guess you don't get that feeling when you're looking at it from from NASA's feed. You don't get that this is like 13 stories. You don't get that feeling. So yes, I do believe I would like to experience the VAB as well. But this was, it looks great. I like it. I mean, it looks really nice up close. It looks almost better from afar, because your eyes just kind of blend everything together. So looking forward to more of these crafts. And these must have flipped over. But this is what makes it unique. Are these two beads that didn't have the flat cap on the right side. Easiest way to get scale for it is look for the standard single doors at ground level. It just looks like it's got to be a very impressive structure to see. You're going to go nap now. Have a good rest of the stream. Take care. No worries. Thank you once again, Cause Warrior, for bringing in your community. Appreciate the raid so much. Have a good nap. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Definitely put it up and frame it. I'll have to find a little square frame. And one that doesn't really cut off the edges. Like we want the whole thing. Even squinting helps. Just squint and look at the artwork. We'll move back a little more. I think that's cool. Puck boy.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate the lurk. I got to take the dog out for a walk. Back in a few. Hopefully you'll still be here. Yes, we will. We'll be farting around in Kerbal in just a few. And this, the remainder of this construction, kind of went on about as long as I expected it to. Probably, to be fair, maybe even a little longer. I don't want to. It's a little bendy, but if we put it in a frame, that can easily even out. But it's cooled off now. That if I were to move everything, it would probably start to snap and crack. And I want art, not Rice Krispies. You got a shower? No worries. You got to shower like a bantha. What's the next craft in mind? That is a good question. We were talking about the length of time it took to complete this single one versus how long Batman is going to take, because Batman is 3 of these tall by 2 of these wide. So I don't know. Rice Krispie treats? I would love some. Thanks, John. If you got them, yeah, please share. Batman might be the next one, or there may be some other. Actually, another thing that we can work on, and we can come back to as well, is this little guy. Oh, no, we don't have them. Well, that's not a bad idea. I wonder if I don't know if So Adorable is still listening. Do we have marshmallows and Rice Krispies? What we can resume, and we started this a long time ago, is this falls right into everything that we do, that we're doing on stream. Now we have like this little, which camera shows it better? That does not. But there's like a tiny little portion that we managed to work on. But there's also some tools that people had suggested that, pardon me, work out so much better with this, because it is so tiny and fiddly, getting little tiny tin snips and little very, very precise pliers. We have marshmallows and no Rice Krispies. Can I offer you a graham cracker instead? Do we have chocolate? And not gross chocolate that is hiding ginger? This seems to be, this is kind of turning into the board of stuff that I wouldn't regularly eat. So we have our ghost pepper. If we do reach, if I guess the life bar for the ghost pepper does reach 0 here for 1658 bits remaining, then we eat that. This is chocolate. This is ginger covered in chocolate. I don't know if there's any parameters for it, but right now we have it on our board of, I don't even know what to call it. It's a board of something. I don't want to say board of directors, but something like that. Board of shame. I need a Hershey's bar or Reese peanut butter cups. Ooh. Oh, I've never tried s'mores with Reese peanut butter cups before. I think that's something we'll have to do when we get a bonfire going. Oh, yes. The board of shame. I'm not ashamed to eat this food, you know, but it's just it's one of those, and it's not only just along the way, there's still ghost pepper peanuts. You know, we have it is a whole fresh ghost pepper. So I'm not like cutting it out to hide the seeds or anything like that. So everything's in there. It's just butterflied for presentation, so it doesn't roll off the pizza slice. The board of castaways. All right, this might be a thing to think about. What are we going to call this? This board. I mean, if it was meant to teach me a lesson, I would call it like the board of education, but that's not exactly. Keep throwing those ideas out. If you have more of those ideas that pop in, just throw them in chat. What is this board called? We need to name our board. Also, it's like, it is part of a broken chopping board. So it did just split apart after years of being used and abused. But yes, a Reese peanut butter marshmallow, toasted in a, oh, you can't really see it right now. That's 12 degrees Celsius. That is not snow we're seeing. Board of castaways? Possibly. So this will be, I will, somewhere in my Amazon basket, or at least in my history, is a little tool set that someone had recommended ages ago that they used when they made their metal earth, which they said was like invaluable for building one of these. All this food talk is making you hungry. What's the ultimate comfort? I thought I turned that off. I thought I turned it off. Oh, I know why. I know why. At the end of the hype train, it turned it back on. Oh, well. Why, 91? Why? Why? 91, Sergei Fedorov? Is that you? No, that one's not on. Do you watch Astro Biscuit? I do. I do indeed. Rory is fantastic. I love everything that Astro Biscuit does and contributes. It is not my birthday, and that thing is not going to work. He is. He's fantastic. I think his honesty and humor really does bring that appeal to astrophotography. Hugh, what's going on? It's not my birthday, but thank you for saying that anyway. Thank you for saying happy birthday. So this will be one of the projects that we will do. And it's not the only one. I have more than Hubble.
Holy potatoes.
We also have the International Space Station. And I don't know how long this one is going to take. This is heavy. There's some weight to this. This would be fun to build. We got 3 sheets. So we'll have our metal Earth. Oh, I'm still on the potato cam. There's Lego behind me that we can't see at the moment. There we go. We have our International Space Station just kind of peeking over there. You just started astrophotography yourself, but you're loving it, but you're hating this season. Tell me about it. It has been very difficult. Now, what we do like to do on this channel, Y91, we do take images we do live astrophotography. I miss Orion as well. It is a gorgeous target to image. It is one of my favorite targets. It was actually one of the very first images that I took. Orion is so rewarding for those who are just starting out in astrophotography. And it is difficult enough of a target for those who are experienced in astrophotography to try to pull out as much detail in the outer regions of the dimmer portions of the nebulous target, and then keeping that trapezium in check and still being able to resolve those stars in the middle without blowing out the core. Because yeah, that can be incredibly difficult to manage. So you can do a few short exposures on Orion, but if you start doing the longer exposures, you can see more of the dust and gases that are being illuminated, excited by the radiation being given off by these young stars. So that's what I love about Orion. It's one of those targets that you just absolutely enjoy it to no end. And you can see it with your own eyes. Like, if you're in a dark enough area, even, I've been in a Bortle 8 and I've seen a small little glimpse of Orion. You can still see that bright core. It's not as faint and fuzzy as it would be in a darker area, but you can still tell there's something there. And you'd love to know the history of the name of the constellations and the stories behind them. So that could be another one that's another topic that we can do for our Tuesday streams, or maybe even Fridays as well. Is just kind of pick a target, pick an area, and speak about the lore that comes with it. Now, one thing to kind of look out for when you do hear names of certain stars, like Aldebaran and Alnitak, basically any letter that has AL in front of it, is generally an Arabic origin for the names that has kind of carried on through the Greek and Roman and English translations. I did pretty wide. I got only 30 minutes of full moon data. I managed to get the Horsehead and Flame with it. Horsehead and Flame are absolutely those. I love those targets as well. Do you have Y91? Do you have an Instagram or anything like that? But if you do, we have pages in our Discord that you can share your images. We always like to see what people are doing. Science Streams, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I am doing well. If you guys want to do even better, go follow Cyan Streams. Go check out Bullen and Lita. An amazing power couple on Twitch who are talking about microscopy, about ants and art. Me saying it's not my birthday, but how do we know for sure? We don't. I'm not about to show you my passport. Oh. I could be kinder. I could be kinder if you want. You don't have Instagram or anything. You plan on making one soon, but you'll be sure to join the Discord. Well, glad to have you in there. I know everybody and their auntie has a Discord, but always wonderful to. How do you know for sure? Because people are coming in here willy-nilly saying happy birthday. I don't know what you're talking about, CJ. But rest assured, it is not my birthday. It really isn't. It's not. Stop it. Stop yawning.
Don't listen to him. It's always his birthday.
Don't listen to the mustache. It's not my birthday. It really isn't. It was back in March. We had a subathon and everything. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the unbirthday. How are you doing?
Water, 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 water. That's the water, water.
There's a lot of things
water,
going on at the moment.
Water.
One of them should be clicking that follow button and checking out Chris Perillo. You want to see some wonderful nerding out and geeking out about Star Wars? Star Wars is the best. Let's check out some awesome 3D printing. Yeah, do that. Check them out. No, it's not. We can't go back to the happy birthday again. Tiny Gumball, hello, how are you? Wait, I didn't drink anything. Carefree Bomb, CFB, how you doing, sir? Good to see you in here. CJ, you would care to say otherwise, that Star Trek is the best. You say that Star Trek is the best. It is the best. You speak the truth. Tiny Gumball, love the energy. Definitely deserves a follow. Well, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you here with us. You like anything with Star in the name? Well then, hello. My name is Star Tom. I am Star Astro Canuck. It is my star pleasure to bring you my love of star astronomy. Star. Left the damn door open. New Star Wars films were a bit like doing... No. My goodness. Yes, also, the incomparable, the bearded brethren of Carefree Bomb. We've rated him a few times. He's been so displeased thinking that we're rocking up when he's doing all the crazy he does. But he is awesome. Go check out Carefree Bomb. That's not a request. But today we have finished our little art piece, which is wonderful. And I don't know where we're going to put it for now. We'll put it somewhere. I don't want to... I'm handling it too much. I can feel like it's cracking a little bit. So we'll leave that there. What time is it in Canada? Registered nurse. There we go. 8:55 p.m. Yeah, I am here in central Ontario, Canada. It is crummy weather out because we do like to take live images of outer space. That is the whole heart of this stream, is to show you something cool that you really don't get to see with your own eyes. We'll do long exposure images. We'll do short exposure images. The moon is a perfect example of a target that you don't have to spend a great deal of time on. The pizza looks so nice. You're hungry. It is a very delicious pizza. There is ham and hot Italian sausage and bacon and roasted red peppers. This one comes with a little bit of a kicker in the form of a ghost pepper. This is the health bar for the ghost pepper. It is reduced by bits. If it reaches 0, then in the mouth goes the ghost peppers. And I'll eat it as well. It's not just going to sit there and just like let it loll around on your tongue. It's gross. Sausage. Ain't that right, sausage? Hey. Angel with no halo. Getting the beard.
Okay.
Enjoy the lurk. There are snacks up front, coffee and tea in the back if you like. We just got a new reclining couch, so enjoy. Thank you so much for the lurk. Hopefully you are having a good day. But we do, like I said, we do like to take images of outer space. The moon, this is a very interesting image that we have taken. This is the only part that you would regularly see. As we're coming into, this is about a 7% waxing gibbous, sorry. This was the only part that was illuminated, but you take long enough exposure and adjust the levels in your image that you can start to expose the moon that is being illuminated by the Earth. This is called Earth shine. So while the moon, by contrast, is always just that, is maybe just a sliver, everything else is just hiding in shadow. That unless you may be in a dark enough area or you have a large enough aperture telescope, you can start to see a little bit more of the moon by yourself. Because usually, all we can see is this. Just this illuminated area of the moon. Coffee and tea with a touch of ghost pepper. Just a hint, a whiff, oh, jeez Louise, of a ghost pepper. But I do enjoy taking some images of the moon, especially this was one of those times when the moon was just starting to set, and we had like maybe 20 minutes before it was hidden by the trees. So to take this very thin sliver of the moon, which we usually don't always get the chance to do on the stream. I hate the moon turned your Bortle 5 to a Bortle 400 way too many times. We felt it when we had... See, I live in Bortle 3, not to rub it in, but we live in a Bortle 3 area. Now, for those who are... What does a Bortle 3 mean? There is a light pollution scale created by John E. Is it John E. or J? John Bortle developed this scale ranging from 9, which is like in the middle of a city, to 1, which would be like in the middle of the Sahara Desert, let's say, or in the middle of Australia. Somewhere where there is like the night sky is not being impeded by any kind of artificial light. We live in a 3, which I count myself very fortunate. So to be able to have this time with the night sky, it is incredibly interesting to take these images. Now, the comparison between... We have looked at M78, the Casper the Friendly Ghost Nebula. Now, this is a little area of it's a reflection nebula in the constellation of Orion. Now, this is on a new moon, essentially, and probably maybe within like maybe 5%. Either way. Using the Optolong L Pro filter, it lets through a great deal of the visible spectrum. So when you're looking at the reflection nebulae, this is all the blue you're seeing where the starlight is reflecting off of the gas and dust within this area. It's not exciting the hydrogen molecules within this target. So you don't get that red hue. This is all just the star color and the dust obscuring some of the starlight. But we had a full moon with a fresh blanket of snow. So not only did we have the light pollution coming from the moon from up above, but we had it all reflecting off of the ground. So there was no real safe place to point the telescope. So when we looked at this exact same target, taking the same number of frames, it gets incredibly washed out. This was the exact same filter, same telescope. Nothing moved. It's all been on my deck. And when you have a full moon and a fresh blanket of snow, like, it's not any good. It's your dream to see the Milky Way core with the naked eye. I have yet to see the core. A lot of our area to the south, and not only just where we're located, we don't really get the core of the Milky Way. But I can still see the Milky Way. I believe you can, Y91, you can still sign up for a Cloudy Nights account. I started off in the UK. I have a Cloudy Nights account as well, but I can't remember what the heck my password is. I have to get everything reset. It is your dream to touch some tides. You want to go down to the ocean, CJ, and touch the tide as it rolls in? But no, Cloudy Nights is a good place to check things out. Stargazers Lounge was another forum that I got a lot of. You can find some help on. Like, everybody, it's for the most part. You know, nobody's looking to win astrophotography. I'm not quite sure how you would. I mean, there are some people who do some amazing work with astrophotography. But the important thing is that we do see a great deal of people helping each other out. Because why do you want to be frustrated in a hobby like this, in a lifestyle, staying up late many nights, and just trying to catch that elusive target? There's one very obvious thing that modern Western astrology fails at, and this is according to the Earth's precessional shift over the past few thousand years, makes their current sky map about 1 month off, so all assumptions based off any readings for a chart in your mind are null. Now, it's a funny thing, this had come up, the comparison of astrology and astronomy had come up earlier today with the family, and I said that astrology is dealing with the pseudoscience that looks to the future that doesn't exist, whereas astronomy is the science that wants to understand the past. Now, whether or not that is as prolific as it seemed when I said it before, I think that is, like, maybe a very good comparison to illustrating what's more important. What holds water? Have any of you lovely people seen the new Skywatcher mount? It's coming out in May, and you'd like to get it if it wasn't for the 5 kilo capacity. If it is that that chunky Star Adventurer, that one looks cool. I think that I would like to get my hands on it, especially for using a couple of the DSLR cameras that we have lying around. You are so deep. Well, thanks, Bubba Zelnik. I don't always feel that I can be prolific and insightful, and I don't know if that really was, but a little bit to think about. Maybe if there's someone else who can be more of a wordsmith with things. they can make it that much more prolific. Even with delving into the pseudoscience of it, there's just one glaring flaw to it. I'll tell you what's another glaring flaw is the lack of coffee. Now, Semper Fi, not that I was ever in any sort of military or army, I do have some Tim Hortons left over. You could think of some awesome things to say, but your brain's out of juice. That's all right, CJ. Let it, you know what? Let it marinate. What did I do? Why are we calling upon so adorable? What have I done? I'm not buying anything. I didn't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, no, I'm good for coffee. I wouldn't bug her for getting some coffee right now. I did not. It was Twisties. It was Twisties. I did not call you for coffee. I have coffee. I'm a weirdo who doesn't drink his Tim Hortons all the time. Reading Rap, how you doing? This stream has been poggies. Oh. Thank you, I appreciate it. I try to keep things as poggable as possible. I'm not in, well, you know, I probably am. You know, I am perpetually in trouble. It's just I am in a constant state of I just got to get used to it, that's all.
Water, 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 that's the water, 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 water.
Thank you, Mother, for the hydrate. I gotta say, I love my big boy water cup. And it's all right now to be drinking the water because there's no hot peppers flowing through my mouth. So I don't have to worry about any heat. Like I said, what we'll be looking forward to on Thursday, we'll be watching the news that's going to be coming out of NASA's SLS wet dress rehearsal. All right, you're going to head out 2 a.m. where you are. Good night. Y91, thank you so much for joining us today. Have a very good evening. And as always, think of something inspirational someone once told you and remember that. No, we always like to talk about astrophotography. Any questions you have, feel free to ask them in chat or in Discord if they pop up. But yeah, always happy to direct people in a direction. Just that's usually what directing does. Points you where you kind of want to go. So you know what you want to image. So we have finished our art. It looks fantastic. It looks cool on both sides. I don't know which one I like more, the almost square pixel aesthetic that comes from round beads, or just the nice flat surfaces on the other side. How do you deal with annoying conspiracy theorists? We'll let them say their piece and they can be on their way. If they don't get a reaction, then they and they generally start to move on. Oh yes, or is just this?
Holy potatoes!
Listen to the potato. Listen to the words of the potato.
That's all. Ooh. That's the closest that potato's ever been to the camera. Oh boy. Can you put in a shameless plug for your Astro 101 streams? By all means. We gave the shout out earlier. Let's get your elevator pitch on what's coming up, what's awesome with Nerduino. And while you're doing that, I'm going to fire up. Don't know how this is going to go. We're going to jump into Kerbal Space Program and see. It's been so long. I think I have to replay the tutorial on here. This is going to be an interesting game. It'll be fine. It's an old game. Right. Yeah, just because it's an old game doesn't mean I'm any smarter as I should be. You know, always like to see what other people are doing within science. So Wednesdays, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're working through the open source textbook available here. Yes, you want to learn more about astronomy. Oh, you meant it running. I'm not worried about it running. I'm just worried about me. Let's see. Let's turn, because we're not doing Monkey Kid. Here goes my bit rate. What's going on, Gandalf?
I am inevitable.
Not much. You've come to curse the internet. No. I like my internet where it is. It's been Watch it go. It's been working just fine the whole night. Right. Oh boy. 0 for 2. Uh-oh. May as well be doing that outside. Well, good to see you in here, Gandalf. Hopefully you're doing well today. Where is... when is KSP2 out? I don't know. Not too sure. I could be like really cheeky and do like, let's say that we're playing Kerbal Space Program 2. But that would be like a horrible thing to do to people. Work is crap right now, but you came to watch me blow stuff up. All right, class field trip. We're going to CJ's rear end. We're going to go find KSP2. And where are we? Nope. 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 Where's my KSP scene? I could have sworn I made a Kerbal scene. Nope. That's not it either. Just says 2022, nothing about CJ's ass. You know when... Is it here? No. I don't know where it went. It's just me reacting to... Stop me! Oh, it's here. It's just me reacting to me, reacting to me. But no, this is where we wanted to go. It was because I wasn't focused on Kerbal. Right. Accept. Start game. Resume saved. I don't even know if it has anything on here. Training scenarios, play missions, mission builder. Asteroid redirect mission. Learn more about NASA's real asteroid redirect mission. That seems fairly new. Moon orbit. Docking, I think that's for after the watershed. Intermediate construction, suborbital flight, advanced construction, go for orbit. Orbiting 101. Maybe we'll start with this. Let's see how this goes. Welcome to the Orbiting 101 training program. I am Gene Kerman, and I'm going to teach you the basics of orbiting. I assume you've already done the basic flight tutorials and are now ready to learn how to get around in space. I have not, Gene. I really haven't. If you haven't done any of them, well, I hope you know what you're doing. Nope. Nope. Not a clue. This is probably going to be like incredibly frustrating. All right, orbiting is really nothing more than free falling. The only thing is that you fall. you're moving so fast forward that you actually miss the ground because up here, there is no atmosphere to slow you down at this height. You will continue free falling endlessly through the free falling endlessly around the planet without having to use your engines. We are currently on a low, almost circular orbit around Kerbin. To get a better view of your situation, press the M key to go to the map. All right, let's go to the map. One-way trip to the sun, pretty much. This is the map view. Here you can see your ship's position and its current trajectory around the planet. Hold right-click and move the mouse around to see your orbit from various angles. Also, hovering over the icons for the map will display more information about them. And by right-clicking the node, you will pin the info. Close the map when you're ready with the M key so we can proceed. All right. There is the moon. Whether or not we're going to make it to the moon is completely up to them. All right, Kerbin Apoapsis, 200 to 1,813 meters. Orbiter A, all right, let's see. Great. Okay, good. Let's get practical now. I trust you already know your basic spacecraft controls. Up here, they're very much the same, except the lack of atmosphere makes the ship behave quite a bit differently. Because there's no drag slowing you down, for every input you apply, there will have to be applied an opposite one to come to a stop again. I'm going to remotely nudge your attitude controls a little to try to get the ship back under control afterwards. If you find yourself totally under control, hit T, which I probably will, to toggle the SAS on. This will automatically cancel any remaining rotations. Are you ready? No, not really. You popped away. What are we doing here? Playing a little bit of Kerbal Space Program. Do I remember the controls? Absolutely not. All right. Am I ready? No. Do we use W, A, S, and D for things? Oh, this is going horribly well. So can my Kerbins throw up? It hit all the... Really? I would hit T, yeah.
Holy potatoes!
Well, that worked better. Nicely done. Baloney. Horse. That was nicely done. All right. What did they do? Easy sleep, please. Wow, you hit T like the best of them. Way to go. Good job. Excellent work. Okay, so I haven't thought about this with the potato camera on. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, I did it. How, though? How did I do it? I don't know what I did. All right, I want to try it again to see if I can do that again. I have no idea how that works.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Ooh. Okay, okay. Yep. All right. It seems like I've got this fixed up. It looks like we're kind of pointing in a decent direction. All right. I'm gonna try it one more time just to make sure that it wasn't a total fluke. I kind of feel that was what the moon landings were like. No idea what we did, but holy we're alive. Yep. It seems to be the case. All right, let me try it one more time. It seems to be like pushing like W and D, really forward and aft burners. Oh, wait. Is it because I had the... Oh, it's because I think I had the... All right, let's try without the SAS. That may have been a thing. Okay, this is without the SAS. Nope. 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 Okay, no. Nope. No, I'm just making it worse. Oh, almost. I'm watching my ship. I should be watching the ball, shouldn't I? So I really got to worry about like hitting all the buttons. Oh my god. Let's have a look at the nav ball. Okay, well, there we go. You'll never see me streaming No Man's Sky. You're kind of boring. Rather than go out and fight something, you'd rather planet hop and learn about life forms and planets and moons. Moons. How's it going, Hugin? I'm making another attempt at Kerbal Space Program. I don't know how well it's going to go. All right, let's have a look at that nav ball. Right. You've probably seen the symbols in which when you're spinning around. Yes. Prograde and retrograde vectors. They point toward and away from your velocity vector, respectively. That is the point to point you away from where you're going. You're so Disney now. I'm surprised none of these ones have thrown up. Radial in and out vectors. They point toward and away from the currently orbited body. Normal and anti-normal vectors. They are perpendicular to the orbital plane. They point upward and downward with respect to the orbital plane, respectively. Now, let's try something a little more involved. Open your map again. All right, let's open the map again. That's an M. What we want to do now is go through some of the basic maneuvers you'll need to know. Let's try raising your apoapsis first. The apoapsis is the highest point in orbit, and it's indicated by the node marked AP. Not to be confused with astrophotography. Gotcha. The best place to raise your apoapsis is at the periapsis node, where it's the lowest point of your orbit. If you hover the mouse over the periapsis, you'll see that we're going to reach in a few minutes. Once there, we will face prograde and burn. Press period to speed up time a little bit. We'll get there faster. All right. Okay, now time is passing 5 times faster than normal, so we should be there in a few moments. You can control the warp with period and comma. Warp here. All right. Good. Time to do our burn. Turn the ship to face the prograde vector now. Remember, the prograde vector looks like this. All right, so we want to be... Ugh. Okay. Return to prograde. Check SAS is engaged. Yes, it is. Keep her steady. Press Z to accelerate at full throttle. All right, here we go. Helps to use on one direction at a time. Just the opposite to get use the opposite to get control. All right, now that I better understand what the ball is showing me, that's where we want to be pointing. Do I still need to make, like, adjustments? To stay on course? Notice how the opposite side of your orbit starts to raise. You accelerate, keep thrusting till you're about 800,000. Hold left control or hit X. All right. Quick twitch, FYI, you can lock into that symbol using the circle buttons to the left of the nav ball. Ah, thank you. Oh, I should... Because we... Okay, how do I put the... Oh, sugar lumps and weasels. Educational. I don't think this is educational at the moment, but let's go. Yes, 100%. Back seating. Join in on this because I sure don't know what I'm doing. Just keep it on the note if SAS is on little guide. All right. I see. Okay. Well done. This is how you raise your apoapsis node. With the orbital maneuvers, pretty much everything you do will affect the opposite side of your orbit. So raise the highest point, the apoapsis, you thrust forward, or prograde at the lowest point at periapsis. Similarly, raise your periapsis, you thrust your prograde at apoapsis. We're on our way to the apoapsis now. Let's do just that. Press next when ready, and we'll warp to... All right, let's warp. All right. Okay, not so bad. I think. We're on our way to the Apoapsis node now. Notice how your ship loses speed as we rise. Where's my speed? Is this my speed? Yes. The higher you are, your slower your orbit will be. Notice how the moon's orbital speed is around 540 meters per second. You can see this by hovering over the moon's marker. Where is the moon? That's the sun. Speed is the green text at the top of that ball. Okay. Thank you. Ooh, I could probably turn this on as well. If anybody's pointing somewhere that I don't know, although I know most of the things will end up on my nose, but still, you can click on your screen if you are on a PC. So I heard my iron turn off. All right, here we are, same as before. Turn your ship to face prograde. Mind that we are probably facing the other way right now, so prograde marker might not be visible at first, but you can find it easily. It's on the opposite side from your retrograde marker. All right. Well, GWIC Twitch, how you doing anyway? Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us today. I have attempted to play Kerbal in the past. But that didn't work out so well. Once you're facing the right direction, that seems the right direction, yes. So I could use prograde and retrograde, right? Short bursts. Keep burning prograde until the orbit is nearly circular. Sorry, being a know-it-all. No, be a know-it-all, because I know very little. I know very, very little with Kerbal. Now, next we're going to look into changing my orbital inclination. All right, let's give this a go. Meh. Kerbal has a steep learning curve, but it's the most fun when you're climbing that curve. I think it seems to be, it's almost fun for those, well, I don't know if it's fun for those who are familiar with the program and realizing like, oh my god, he up his spaceship again. This is about the same you could expect when I play Elite Dangerous. So keep that in mind for Tuesdays. How much damage can I cause? You blow crap up no matter how many times you play. It's like watching someone play Portal after you've beaten it. I see. Well, look, I've always received positive response whenever I've been aiming to play some Kerbal. So whether or not I'm going to, 100%, I am not going to be any kind of authority playing this. This is for whatever kind of entertainment you get out of it. However, I do like it. I think I probably also need to play it a little bit offline as well and just fumble through. Half the fun is messing up. Can we launch this? Can we send this mother into the sun? Okay. All right. Changing inclination is done by thrusting at a 90-degree angle to your prograde vector without changing your pitch relative to the surface. On our present nearly equatorial orbit, prograde is due east, which means to increase our inclination so that our orbit takes us to the higher latitudes, we'll have to burn toward the normal direction. The best part of this game is building rockets and watching them explode. There's a very, very good chance that is what is going to happen. Okay, now that being said, make your head spin. The nav ball once again comes into your rescue. In this case, you'll need to use the current right, we want to go to the normal vector. So I could either hit the button. I could either go to the normal vector, or I can hit the... I can do short little bursts to find said normal view. Normal view. Normal view. Is this my normal vector? He doesn't seem to be pleased. And open this. Okay. Turn the ship and then open the throttle. All right. Here we go. Orbital inclination about 10 degrees. So hit X. All right. Okay. I'm going to say that I feel like I'm getting a little bit better hang of things, but it's not going to be the case. Good. This is how you change your orbital inclination. For these maneuvers, it's always better you do it in the slowest parts of the orbit so you don't have to spend as much delta V to turn your orbit around. This also means inclination changes on larger orbits, such as where we are on now, to take less fuel than the same inclination change on the lower orbit. Also keep in mind that changing inclination doesn't necessarily mean that accelerating to the north or south. It means accelerating at right angles to your prograde vector, which on our nearly equatorial orbit also happen to be toward the north. Now, let's look at the last essential maneuver you'll need to learn lowering your orbit. Okie doke. All right, turn to the retrograde vector. Oh, wait, hold on. We want to use the main engine to decelerate. Okay. We just want to go toward our... Whoop, whip, whip, whip. Nope, not doing short bursts. This is not working. Oh, that's why it wasn't. It kept wanting to put me back there. That's why. Okay, so if this is clicked on here, which I see there's a finger on, it will automatically go back to that position, which is why I kept falling back into that. Heat burning retrograde to the very aftest altitude is around 20,000 meters. Have I played on career mode before? No. Quite honestly, I have not gotten out of the tutorials. So I think even doing this is like the farthest I've gone into. Oh, look at the engine colors. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. RE Deacon Games, what's going on? Steven! Oh no, Steven, you've destroyed the Earth. Steven! Shelby Cake! What's going on? How you doing? Bright Jess, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. Shelby Cake, thank you very much for the Tier 1 resub. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
I am inevitable.
Well, welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Not a hobbit. Welcome back. Stephen McNotreal, how are you doing? Welcome, my friend. Annabelle Pins, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Stephen, how are you doing, friend? Hi. Welcome in. How's it going? What did you get up to tonight? How are things?
By the
secret
power of
secret to
Grayskull,
KSP. If it
I
doesn't
have
fly,
the
slap on another booster. Oh, goody. Yes, let's put on another booster. Perfect. Launch this mother up to the stars. Oh, good. Are you doing wonderful? How are you on this lovely night? I'm doing fantastic.
Water.
Oh, we're back with this one on now.
Water. The water.
More boosters. More boosters. Oh, wait. Hello. Hi. Let's get rid of this one. Let's get rid of this. Oh, goody. Rare. It looks like we're back on this one. Ignore that. Fill up the cup with some rainwater. Are you doing wonderful? Excellent. I'm doing very well tonight. It is wonderful to have you all in here today. So I missed there was a couple of messages regarding KSP. REDkin Games, also welcome. Good to see you in here. Surprised I didn't really play Kerbal before this.
There's a red dot where
I
my
kind of
pointer
did.
should be. Like the screen so Estro knows what the heck you're looking at.
That's it. If you're on a PC, you can click your screen. Yes, this is the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is not some sort of Are You Brave Enough Lego set. That's our Sunday build. But good to see y'all in here today. Oh, I know. Yes, I thought about that. I thought about Gilbert Gottfried's voice on here, and we're leaving it to keep the good feelings going. Because although today's a sad day for all of us, please keep laughing as loud as possible in Gilbert's honor. So we leave that to honor him now. Yes, it is new. This is part of our Sunday's build. This coming Sunday, we will complete it. Today, what we have finished around the beginning, the first 2 hours, we finished our perler design. So we have it all nice and melty on the back. And that is from these wee beads came that bit of art. One of the most satisfying experiences in KSP is docking the first time. They have that feature in there. Yes, we have our slice of pizza. There was going to be pizza either way. It was either going to be happy pizza because I got a job that I interviewed for, or it would be sad pizza because I didn't get the job I interviewed for. This is delicious sad pizza. Delicious sad pizza with a ghost pepper on top. Now, the pizza, it will be eaten at the end of the night, no matter what. But if the ghost pepper's health bar, which is based off of bits, gets down to 0, then we do eat the ghost pepper. Oh, it's sad pizza. It's delicious sad pizza. That's the that's the bonus part of it. It was one of the things I read the email and I was like, oh, darn. Replace the word darn for all of that. But then there's also the ooh, pizza. You can dock it with the other rockets, and you can even build a station. I think we would want to. build a space station. You know what? F 'em. It's, you know, it is the one thing. It's not a closed door. It's not a closed door with whom I was speaking, because there is still
Oh, pizza. Lol.
Oh my goodness, not a hobbit. Oh my gosh. All right, there is still the possibility of me flexing my media prowess with them. It's just not right now. That's all. But hey, I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the 1,000 bits. My goodness, thank you. My my mouth, on the other hand, for the world's worst bowl of cereal. 500 bits is the world's worst bowl of cereal. 1,000 bits is the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Combine the ghost pepper nuts with, well, we have a fresh bottle of the black cherry and Reaper. Love the book and beautiful illustrations. You're curious how Kindle Unlimited works. Does the author still get the appropriate payment? Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Nerduino. Wait, did you... Is this seeing it on Balint's streams? They are essentially the books are made on demand. We get a fair little portion of the profits from the book. But we are, like I say, we are working on a sequel to Beetle Blues. Exclamation point book does bring that information up. Oh, you saw the link and you could view it with the unlimited subscription. Oh, cool. Oh, jeez. All right. Okay. Somehow the sauce has gotten places. All right, I'm going to put that over there on a hard surface so that I don't get any staining on the soft surface. But if that's kind of a scam, you guys don't get paid, then buying is an option. I don't know how the unlimited one works. I don't know how... That is a good question. So, but... For the 1,000 bits. No worries, CJ. It's painful. You're telling me, brother. If this Oh, there's a lot of that. Oh, thanks, Steven. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. I think I inhaled some up my sinuses. Oh.
Water.
You know when you...
Water.
What? No. Oh my god. Water makes it worse.
Water.
I think Kindle Unlimited gives me a small fraction of every cent for every page of the book that gets read. I need to make like a 10,000 page book then. Oh good, this video will hide my tears for a moment. Oh my goodness. So, not a hobbit.
Thank you very much, hobbits. We need the ghost peppers. No, we don't. No, ghost peppers will hurt us.
A 10K book won't help if people stop after 10 pages. It's a flip book. It's a flip book with. Oh no! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Gandalf! Oh. Make Tom hiccup. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much for the 777 bits for our 7-pot chocolate dougla. Oh my goodness. And not only do we have this, but the pizza, the ghost pepper on the pizza. Praise for but whole. Yes, yes, as long as everything remains whole. Oh my gosh. Thank you. See, I was just thinking, do I make a concession and say, do we put the 7-pot on? No. We have the 7-pot dougla on the chips. Yes, we did. We did hit the points with the peppers as well. You want to just... Would you concede to it being on the pizza? Would that... Or because it usually goes on the... Sauce on the pizza. I'm going to wait for a yes or no while I hold the sauce on the pizza. On the pizza. All right. Well, this saves the haunted ghost peppers for another day. Oh. I'm going to get a napkin for this one. First of all, let's back up to the beginning. Thank you. I do appreciate it, and I do know that, yes, there is the, yeah, no. Thank you. Oh. Now, like I said, this 7-pot chocolate dougla, this one sits up close to in the high hundreds of thousands of Scoville units. It is a freaking hot sauce. It has that interesting scent of garlic, pepper, rocket fuel. Alas, poor Tom, burned too bright and too fast. Oh my gosh. All right, here's what we're going to... I don't even know how to attack this. There's a good chance the hiccups are going to start. All right, we'll do a race. Oh, okay. I was going to say do a racing stripe. Up the pizza. Oh my gosh. Well, now it's sad pizza that burns. Gasoline, yep. Mental Flex, make sure to drink milk after the stream and before bed. I feel like I'm already hiccuping it. Well, if you don't know how to attack it, full frontal assault always works. Look at how it looks so menacing. It just looks so Look how bright red. It's like already glowing. Just grab it by the peppers. It's a weird combo. Oh. I'm here to get the crunch of the ghosts. I don't know if you care for the ASMR of eating, so. Oh, that burns on the lip. I can feel the sweat happening. Pinky. Pinky's up. Oh, here it comes. Oh.
Water, 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 water,
No.
water, water, water. This the water, 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 water.
You can see everything starting to glow, right? Oh, criminy. Here come the hiccups. So I don't choke on the pizza crust. You need a milk or ice cream emote. I know, right? Oh, God. Oh. Look at the sweat. Oh. Oh my God, everything hurts. Oh. I need a towel. Oh, God. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Canuck is sitting out thinking, oh, God, here he goes again. Oh. What's up, calf leg? And these are always long. And she make up the couch as we speak. Couch covered in milk. I can't even rub. Oh. Calf leg, how's it going? Good to see you. I can't even rub my eyes because there's hot peppers all over my hands. Oh my gosh. Oh my, this is sustained. I'm good. Gandalf, thank you very much for the for the 770s. Yes, we do. Like, my hands are sweating enough that it was sticking to the paper. Indian house cook slash mom, a while back, always had a tin of lumpy brown sugar handy in the kitchen dining room. It's always grabbing a taste of the sweet after spice. Oh my god, there's more in my mouth. This month's hiccup here. If I wasn't prepared to do this, I would not offer it up. Oh my goodness. Going much better here. I think at least you're not hiccuping and sweating. Oh. She made some awesome curry. Oh my goodness. I would. The suffering I go through for the stream. The pizza, however, okay, the pizza is freaking delicious. There's a new place. It's new to us that we tried. It was really good. You could, oh my god. Like, my beard is hot. The pizza was delicious. Yes, mind you, it was sad. It was sad pizza. But no, you know what? Like the title says, you all here make me, help lift me up. Help doing this goofy, wonderful arts and crafts pain stream. Phil Tip Mama, I don't know if you want to be in the beard at the moment, but get in. There's coffee and tea at the front, snacks in the back, but then maybe a little bit of hot pepper to wade through. I don't feel sad anymore. I'm in agonizing pain. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Gandalf. Now, that being said, it still adds to our our total. And like I said, if we do reach this by the end of the month, we're going to do another Lego giveaway. And it will be for the Lunar Rover. It's a cool little set. I think I saw, we saw Scotty Rotten with that set. And it looks really cool. So if we reach that, we'll get one for ourselves. We'll get one to give away. And, oh boy, howdy. We'll have some fun with that. But that is up to the end of the month. And I'll probably end up extending it anyway. Actually, to be fair, that really doesn't... Hold on. That's not even correct. We get rid of that, because there's no time limit on that one. There was one that had a time limit, and that was just because of... there we go. There we good. Yeah, there's no time limit on this Rover giveaway. If we reach it, we reach it. As simple as that. Okay. I feel like my mouth is returning to normal. Ish. I have some of my S's back. But I think there should be. Okay. Let me write that down. Let me make that a note of that right now. We need to have a hiccup counter. It will, not right yet, but it will be. And we'll probably keep it simple. Instead of just hiccup, to exclamation HIC. Or either one. Hic or hiccup. Or hiccup will be one of those. Let me write that down on my list of things I want to do. For the stream. I'll put that near the top. Hiccup counter. Because it's happened enough. All right. Where were we? Wench gang. This is very educational. Yes, the lesson here is don't stick hot peppers in your mouth. Great guess. Oh no! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, no. Where are we headed? Oh, we're heading back to Earth. Oh, shh. No. How do what? Get... Surface. Uh-oh. No. Rotate. Can we get out of this? Can we get out? Oh, what's this? How do I eject? What's eject? What's eject? I don't think I have any fuel left. I think we're out of fuel. How do we eject? Where's the eject button? That's it. You're on your way back. 20,000 meters is low enough to hit the atmosphere. Oh, God. Once we're below 60,000 meters, the atmosphere will start slowing the ship down to the point where it won't have enough velocity to rise up and down. Textbook landing. Did we land in the ocean? Do I press G for a get well soon card? How you doing, Samsung? I'm thinking, what is the sound I'm hearing in the background? And then oh boy. Oh my goodness. Well, the funny thing about that, it's not really a rare occurrence that this happens. I think I've killed my Kerbins every time. Oh my. Good to see you here, Samsung. Well, that's all we need to do for this lesson. You can keep playing and either perform more maneuvers or ride this back down to a landing. or ride this path down to a landing, or you could skip to the next lesson. If you do try for a landing, don't forget to decouple the capsule and deploy the parachute. See you on the ground. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Yeah. What was that? Vessel is destroyed. You cannot continue. Well, no, Sherlock. Oh my gosh. Have you seen this Rocket Lab deal where they catch the LV with a helicopter? No. What's that one? Oh. Okay. See you on the ground. All right, thanks, Gene. Watch this shit crash too. Madness. Rocket Lab will try to catch a falling booster with a helicopter during a mission this month. Really? Oh my god. Okay. Delete all messages, resources, none. Action sets. Can I repair? Can I repair this? I guess I can turn off the SAS. Don't need that anymore. Resume flight. End the scenario. I mean, there's still pieces somewhere. There it is. Oh my gosh. So what is play missions? Where does that take us? This is Werner von Karman. This is the all-knows mission screen. This is where you will select to play historical missions. Some of the early chapters of Kerbal Space Flight. You also see and play your own missions, and those community created missions you have downloaded. For each mission, you'll see the mission briefing. You also save your missions during play to return to them at a later time. For each mission you complete, you see where applicable to score impress your friends. If you start new, you can go step by step on learning what you need to know to get to the menu. At the bottom of the missions list, there are 3 tutorial missions for you to try. Each will teach you a different aspect of the mission builder. I don't want to... If you start new, you can go step by step. On how to get to the moon. What you need to know, don't crash. All right, already colossally mucked that one up. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's 2 seconds to compose for just a moment. I could hear all this. I could hear everything burning up. It's like it's getting really hot in here. Even my spaceship is starting to fall apart. All right. If you start new, turn money off so you don't have to worry about that. Imagine. All right, we'll do that. We'll jump into the start new. For those of you who are new to the stream, I'm sorry. We're playing Kerbal Space Program right now. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. My mouth is still on fire from the ghost pepper pizza and the 7-pot Douglas Scorpion Death Brigade peppers. But I greatly appreciate y'all being here today. Let's see what we can do. So we want to do career. In career mode, you have to manage all aspects of your. In science mode, you must gather scientific data to research new technologies. Funds and reputation are disabled, and contracts are not available. Previously classic career. Science mode, okay. Difficulty options: normal, hard, custom, moderate, easy. Indestructible facilities? Nah. Enable Kerbal experience? What does that do? Plasma blackout. Start easy or moderate. Really? Not normal? Allow negative funds. Science. Allow quick loading. Mission crews respawn. Depends if you want to blow up a lot. What if we just go normal? Your Kerbals can get better over time if you have Kerbal experience turned on. Normal is fine, just harder. Harder than moderate? Right. With this setting off, all astronauts start with maximum experience. Save name. Ooh. Ooh, I can. Oh, can I? Can you make your own flag? Am I able to make my own flag? I like that one. That is kind of appropriate. Do I have to like go through, but you have to upload it. All right. I will. I take a JPEG and upload. All right. Yeah, I'm going to use the, because they don't have the Canadian Space Agency on this, I'll use the UK Space Agency. When you start with the pilot, he can't do anything but get him into orbit. Then he has all the experience he has, so he can aim the capsule, paragrade, retrograde, and makes it easier to re-enter and adjust orbits. I see. All right. Let's see how this works. Behind me is a loading bar. Nice to meet you. Feel free to look around. You use the arrow keys. Right-click over the Space Center facilities. All right, if you need more information, check out the training section of the main menu. All right. Tracking station, research and development. Aeronautics complex, administrative building. How do I pause? Warp to sunrise. No. So you really, we can just really just go anywhere, eh? All right, so we need to do some research and engineering. We're going to the VAB or to the space plane hangar. Welcome to the space plane hangar. Or the VAB. Oh, okay. The facility is closed. Why is it closed? I've not opened it yet. No repairs needed. All right. You have to, oh, you gotta unlock it with missions. All right. So am I building a... Pretty sure there was buttons that you could like put things. This is probably completely wrong what I'm doing. Pods, yeah. Thermal, no. Electrical, no. Community, no. Science, mystery goo. We need a science right now. Personal parachute. Little column A, little column B. This usually gives instructions, but he seems absent at the moment. Go to attachment. Okay, science. Where is that science? Goo. All right. Let's put a couple mystery goos. There's a bit coming up where you won't find the part you need listed. You have to go back to the event search before it asks you how you know. Arduino, how do you know there's a bit coming up where we need a specific... Looks like a penis. Well done. Oh no, it'll be well done when it's all burnt and crispy. Alright, when attaching the fins, use the controls at the bottom left to change the mode. I think it's either first circle or the second circle. That way it will add the bottom left. Ah, yes. Thank you. Don't forget a parachute for the rocket. Did we not put one? Ground. No. Pods. No. Thermal. Communication. Utility. Yes? You always forget the damn parachute. Alright. Taco! Oh my goodness. El Taco Meat, what's going on, friend? Zukia, hello. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? What'd you guys get up to? Astro Canuck doesn't worry about silly like slowing down. He's all about nose first, full terminal velocity. Oh my goodness. You tripped on berries. Really? Oh my goodness. Taco! 13 months. Oh my goodness. You did drop some... Seriously? Volcano Doc, what's going on? How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Taco. El Taco Meat. Thank you so much for the 13 months, my friend. My goodness. They're miracle berries. Make sour food taste sweet. Really? What do we do for hot peppers? Zukia! Zukia, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Volcano Doc. My goodness, thank you. Can we also get a shout out for Volcano Doc and Zukia Media, please? Basically works so well we can eat a whole lemon like it was candy. Really? I ate a ghost pepper and some disgusting garlic pepper napalm. What pill do we take for that? Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much for joining in, for bringing in love. Confirmed it does not work with spicy or salty. All right. Zuki, you got to run. No worries. No worries. Thanks for joining us. Glad to have you in here. Nerd, do we know? Would you be all right with a? Would you be cool with a sword? I know we see a lot in here. It's just simple things that swordsmen or swords people need to look after. But does somewhat work for bitter taste, and is really just makes it tasteless. That's interesting. I've seen things like that before, so it actually works. That's incredible. Interesting. All right. Oh, cool. Check this out. Let's do a couple.
Tomite _12.
What is your quest?
By me.
The Holy Grail. What is the capital of Assyria? I don't know that.
Thank you very much for looking after those names in awesome fashion. Yes, Nerduino, I appreciate that. So there's not a whole lot that we ask of our moderators. It is really just some shout outs here and there. We're not too chaotic. I appreciate you guys hanging out, coming in. It is always a pleasure. For those who joined in with El Taco Meat, those who may be new to the stream, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you in every way, shape, or form. Today, for our Tuesday's Astros Potpourri, we're doing a little bit of Kerbal Space Program, but also we finished our artwork with our perler beads. And I think either side looks really cool. I like this side because it's changed around most of the round beads into squares. But it looks even better on here.
Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team
Volcano
is on
Dock
station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
Oh my goodness. Volcano Dock, thank you very much for the 101 bits. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
We're just at the 26-minute mark in the count.
So yes, 101 bits. That is two ghost pepper peanuts. You're a sad man. You only just figured out that that is an astronaut. Which one's the astronaut? Gandalf!
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle.
Alright, Volcano Dock.
Still going well with the countdown
Ghost pepper, crispy, crunchy peanuts for your 101 bits.
Over the last few minutes or so,
Thank you very much.
Busy with procedures with the spacecraft test conductor. In the meantime, we have been
thank you so much for the gift of pragmatic entropy.
And the instrument unit, which is used as a guidance system during the powered phase of flight. Once we get down to the 3-minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we'll go on an automatic sequence. As far as the launch vehicle is concerned, all aspects from there on down will be automatic, run by the ground master computer here in the power. This will lead up to the 8.9-minute mark in the countdown when the ignition sequence will begin in those 5 engines of the first stage.
Taco Meat, thank you so much for the 16 bits. Gandalf, thank you very much for the... Holy Holy potatoes.
T-minus 10 minutes, 54 seconds on our countdown for Apollo 11. All still going at this time. The astronauts in the spacecraft.
Oh my goodness.
Commander Neil Armstrong has performed some final switch.
Oh my gosh, Gandalf, thank you so much for the
spacecraft.
5 gifted subs.
Full internal power. This came shortly after the
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
Spacecraft now in the full power of its fuel cells. Up to this time,
Thank you. I did see we reached our little goal, our little sub goal for Lego set. After this hype train is complete, we'll reveal a nice little medium-sized Lego set that we're building in the future. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. And once this is, like I said, when it's complete, we'll get everybody on the spike of appreciation, our pillar of happiness, our Rod Stewart.
Mark, T-minus 10 minutes and counting, T-minus 10. We're aiming for our planned liftoff.
But thank you very much. It is always greatly appreciated. And as always, if we reach our level 5 hype train, if we launch this rocket, we launch our Saturn V, we do have a giveaway for some Astro Canuck items. We reach 100% of level 5, and we do an Astro Canuck bundle of merch. But thank you guys so much for this. It is always what I want to do. Share the universe with you. Share something interesting. Share something a little different, but keep it in the realm of astronomy, because that is what I love to learn about, to talk about. Yeah, you know what? Today's day started off a little crummy. Taco, thank you so much for these 16 bits. Wonderfully appreciated, sir. Yeah, today started off a little crummy. Sure, didn't get the job that we interviewed for. However, it just drives me to do better the next time around, the next day, tomorrow, today, for you guys, to try to bring you something different. Always try to... Nerdwino, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Nerdwino, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hope we can make your day less crummy. Well, you know, just being here has helped out so much. And I greatly appreciate the fact that we have had 2 hype trains today. And it's a bit environmentally unfriendly way to cheer. I never throw them out. We keep them. We keep our spikes, we keep our papers. Or eventually they would be recycled, but...
The countdown still proceeding.
But thank you very much for the 300 bits, Nerdwino.
With the launch vehicle, checking out the various batteries in the 3 stages and instrument unit of the Saturn V. We remain on external power through most of the count to preserve those batteries which must be used during the powered flight. We've just taken a look at them by going internal and then switching back to external again. The batteries all look good. The next time we go internal,
thank you very much for the 400 bits.
And they will remain, of course, on internal power during the flight. The lunar module, which has been rather inactive during these latter phases of the count, also is going on internal power at this time on the 2 batteries in the ascent stage and the 4 batteries at the descent stage. So in the next 20 minutes, we'll take a look at some systems in the lunar module and power down at about the 10-minute mark in the count.
Oh my goodness.
Power down the telemetry to preserve the power of the lens. The lunar module and the Apollo 11
thank you very much for the
separates from the
100, 200,
we'll have the power sign Eagle.
400,
the module power sign, once the 2 vehicles separate, will be Columbia.
500
Columbia and Eagle are go at this time at 29 minutes, 24 seconds, and counting.
Thank you.
Kennedy Launch Control.
Thank you very much. Dr. Professor, what's going on? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for contributing. Thank you so much for
contributing to our level 3 hype train. Greatly appreciated today. No worries. Thank you all very much for the for the 500 bits. We may as well just make things hurt more. We'll let the ghost peppers percolate for a second here. So thank you all so much for the bits, adding to our total, taking power off of the ghost pepper. Whenever that reaches 0, we eat another ghost pepper. But Volcano Doc, thank you so much for the 101 bits. Nerduino for the combined total of 500 bits. Wonderfully appreciated. Thank you so much. And to Gandalf for the gifted sub to Pragmatic Entropy, as well as the gifted subs that went to... Sorry, Gandalf for the 96 bits. And Gandalf for the... Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to Full Tilt Mama. Rascal 1980. To Miss Honey Bunny, Mrs. Prophet DNA, raining down all the chachos, and last but not least, Sam is cursed. Thank you all so much for the support. We have reached our sub goal, reveal a medium Lego set. We are edging. I'm mildly getting worried. For our sub goal that ends at the end of this month. Did you buy a thermal printer? I've had this one for a while. It is a fantastic way to have the physical manifestation of the support. Plus you get to see your name on a little ticket. I am working on getting this upgraded so that we can have some even more customized options to make it like it truly special for those who are donating bits and tipping, and as well as subscribing and gifting subs to the channel. But yes, for our total subs, over here. Because we love to thermal printer, it's just back here. That little guy there. It's gonna vibrate or what? All right, for the what I thought would be kind of a fun set, and this kind of came as actually I'll show. There'll be a couple of reveals here. Because I'm always angling for a gift with purchase, we picked up a couple of sets. That allowed us to get the gift with purchase, which is the 2 chicks and an egg for the Easter gift with purchase for Lego. And that's kind of what we base off a lot of our purchases for, to reach that threshold for another free set that we can either build or potentially give away. But we do have another giveaway that is in the works. If we do reach a certain level of bits, that's what we will do once we reach that. If we reach that. But today's set that we are revealing, that we're going to be building on a future stream, is an Imperial TIE Fighter. It's not the Collector's series, the large one. I wouldn't even know where to put that. But for the sake of that, I wanted a Stormtrooper, as well as a TIE Fighter pilot. I figured this was a cool little set that we can easily display on the bookshelf somewhere. So we will be building this one in a future stream. But I thank you all so much for the support, which has, you know, we have our different budgets that gets put toward Lego, gets put toward telescope equipment, telescope repairs, and telescope accessories. You're just going to 3D print a TIE Fighter. And you're going to 3D print an actual TIE Fighter, right? Right. Right. Excellent. Not a TIE Fighter. How about some Thai noodles? I don't know if it would need to be spicy, though. Maybe not. Oh. Wait. Southwest Fighter in a TIE. Can we build a TIE Fighter in Kerbal? Is that possible? Can that be done? Hey, where'd the internet go? Gandalf, I'm looking at you. Kinda. People have made mechs in KSP. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess we have no choice once I really figure out how to play. Let's better navigate Kerbal Space Program. B Squad, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you in here. Oh, that's kind of that is pretty darn cool. All right, let's go over here and see what we can. I don't think I had the. I don't think we paused the time. What we really need is to be able to play, is to have multiplayer and have our fleet of ties going all around the place. That'd be cool. Skybridge, what's going on? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Welcome. But you can always do science tests on the launch pad in every level of the atmosphere. But you can always do science tests. Sorry, launch of the pad every other level of the atmosphere. Choo choo. Choo choo chaboogie. I did get some moon pics with that 400mm, but it was partly cloudy, so they're not the best. Well, you know, I would say I do like some of the images with the moon when we do have some of the clouds around. We need a mix of KSP and Universe Sandbox. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be interesting. Yeah, that's okay. You know what? Typing's overrated. Oh, this is... Yeah, they look fairly lined up. I probably shouldn't... That should be alright. I reckon taking a picture of another planet is pretty darn cool, however cloudy it is. I mean, there's some awesome images that come from... Like, I've had a few images of the moon with the clouds rolling through, and it just creates an amazing effect. Even there's one I put recently on Discord, when we had some clouds rolling in of the two towers in our backyard with the moon in the background. Could you imagine falling... Can you imagine failing to reach the planet because you want because of a CME or a supernova, etc.? That'd be cool. I used to hear that all the time at NASA. I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? Is there anything else I need to put on here before we try to... Do we need an EVA jetpack? We're not going to be doing an EVAs. We got our parachute. Do we need this anywhere? Clamps and make sure your staging is correct. Ooh, how do I know for right? Coupling? No. All right, I'm going to turn on the heat map again, so if there are things that people are clicking on that I don't see. I should have bought this game a long time ago before the price hike. I mean, what's it called? Steam always has sales. I mean, that's where I got this one when it was on sale. Maybe a few more fins? I don't know. I think we're good. I think we're good with the fins. I'm pretty sure we don't need this many. We'll probably get rid of what the... For years it was $5. Ooh, $5. Oh, ooh, hang on. What's happening here? All right. Parachute needed to be on top of staging, and spacebar goes next stage. All right, parachute is on. That's right, right? Oh, I'm in the way. Peas and rice. All right. So now how do I go to... Do we just launch and see what happens? Oh, we can't see the... Wait. Can I move? No. Darn, we can't see my... I may need to pick another position where I'm sitting. All right.
You're waiting for the earth-shattering kaboom.
Well, let's see. All right, the wind is blowing in the direction. All right. I need to. I don't even remember what I'm pressing here. I need to like put my throttle up or something like that. Space Star starts, but turn your thrusters to max. Yes, and turn on SAS. All right. No throttle, you only have solid rocket boosters. Okie dokie. So do I just hit Z to go? Is that it? SAS on? Oh wait, let's seems alright. Spacebar to activate the first stage. How do I do my sciences? Am I sciencing? Click on them. Where are my sciences? Do I just click on them in here? What else is... I heard explosions elsewhere. Well, I hope everyone's okay. Okay, that's my boosters. Fine, good. Well, you know, it's oh crud. As long as I don't land anywhere that we don't need to. The goo jiggles and wobbles as the craft flies. Excellent. Okay. All right, is there any button I shouldn't press at this time? I can't really control anything anyway, can I? Get more science points for landing with it. Okay, I think I may have transmitted one. Okay. Now you can recover the craft. Okie doke. Auto saving. Ooh. Move the mouse center of the screen top. It should come down. Oh, okay. Recover vessel. We got 13 sciences. I don't know. What? Ready for the next assignment. Perfect. He gets no reputation. All right. So... I can cheese some easy science right now. Yeah, let's science it up. What else can we do? Was anyone hurt? So if my boosters land back, can things go wrong? All right, build a new ship. A totally new ship. Totally new. All right. Add the MK0 command module to start. Where do I find this? You want to cry a 0.03 nanometer hydrogen alpha filter is 36,000 doll hairs. What? What? Oh my gosh. This one looks like a triangle. Oh, okay. This one. Right. Add on the mystery goo. How do I zoom in again? Scrolling up on the mouse wheel only goes up and down. Okay, science. Control? Oh, shift. Nope. One science or two science? One science, okay. Remember, shoot, power, science, and staging. Oh, okay. Take this off. And just launch. All right. Do 3, 2, 1, go. do I recover the vessel? Well, that'll do it. Yep, keep an experiment. Click on the command module. Crew report. Keep experiment. Attach some aerodynamics to it, a thruster and some fuel. Right. Click on pilot and do EVA report. Right. Boarding the craft. He's back in. This seems like some very easy science. Cover the vessel. That's a great deal of science. Wedge gang.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. Get in that beard. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. That is an easy bit of science. Beard smells nice. Oh, excellent. Well, I did just wash it today. Plus, you have a little bit of a smell of pizza. Now you can do the same thing with the vehicle hanger. All right, I think... Okay, here's what I want to... Well, I think we got to launch something. We need to send something up. So with this one, can I attach a booster? Where's my parachute? We have science. What else do we need? We put like, how many boosters can we put on this thing? Girls home from karate, you must away. No worries, Nerduino. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Needs decouplers. There's nothing in there. Why don't we want to make it big? We want to get this thing... shoot this thing to the moon, because, you know, that's what we want to do. Structural modular girder segment. No, I don't think we need that. Ground, thermal, electrical, comms, science, cargo. No. I need to research more before taking a moonshot. All right. So we don't have the couplers. We don't have any decoupling things in here. So does that limit me on just one stage then? I might be able to buy them. Is there a shop? Open, save, launch. Go to the research facility. All right. Wee and Dad. What's up, Wee and Dad? How you doing? You can attach boosters to the side of the middle boosters. It'll go. Can we really? Is this thing safe? Is this safe at all? I don't think this is that safe, but we're going to try it anyway. What's up, Wee and Dad? How you doing today? Can... Oh, what fresh hell is this? Oof. We know exactly what's going to happen. All right. All right, this seems pretty safe. I'm pretty sure nothing is going to go wrong. Parachute is the same stage as most of the engines. Oh. Can I go back? Or is it too late? Does that work? Is that better now? Like that? Parachute should be at stage 0. All right, perfect. Okay. To what end? I don't know. But let's see what this does. I am confident that things are just going to go wrong. But hey. I don't. Yes, a little bit of this is going to be goofing around, but you know what? All right, thrusters are up. SAS is on. So. Uh-oh. Can I separate my boosters at all? Nope, no couplers. Okay, so it is just... This is going to be too heavy, isn't it? Where's my parachute? Okay. Oh, she's right by the flag. Oh my goodness. Well. Boosters upon boosters.
But where's the earth-shattering kaboom? There was supposed to be a kaboom.
All right. We gained 21 sciences. Spend the science to get more parts. All right. This is legal, right? This will work, right? Maybe it'll get high enough. This one I think it might be too much weight for the parachute, right? Legal, yes. Work, maybe not. All right, he's going to be traveling at 1,500 meters per second. Look at how beautiful this is. Oh. This is sometimes what the games just degrade into for me, like fairly quick. There is no way. There is no way this is working. I don't even know if I gave him his own parachute. Well, throttle's up. Let's see what happens. We reached a height of 4,381 meters. Not too bad. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. 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 Well, here comes your... Oh, here comes the boom. This is not good. Can we write? Can we write it? Oh, I don't know. Is this gonna work? Oh my goodness, Carlitos. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a very good sleep. Damn. Oh, I didn't do any science on this one. Oh, you still got science. Okay. We have a spin. That was incredible. Do we? Because that should send it going like that, right? Right? All right. I'm going to say this is parachute. Where's my parachute? There we go. You're facing the good old rocket formula, adding more engines and more fuel, but not going any faster. This is true. Feel like you got enough rockets there, my guy. Porgy, good to see you in here. I appreciate the lurk, friend. How you doing today? Good to see you. Adding more engines and more fuel, but not going any faster. How can we go faster? We want to go faster. We need to upgrade things, don't we? Well, let's see what happens with this one. Let's see what this does. Because if this doesn't go kaboom, then I am clearly playing Kerbal wrong. I need a liquid fuel engine. Okay. All right, throttle up. This one has to go wrong. This one is going to go wrong. Look, by all means. Oh yeah, it's totally gonna go wrong. These. Oh shoot. Yeah, this is just totally gonna go wrong. Oh, sugar lumps and weasels. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was spectacular. I'm thinking, no, that's wrong. That looks so good. How did we survive? Oh my goodness. I'm thinking, oh no, it's all too heavy. It's not going to work. And I realize the staging. Oh, I didn't do any science. Oh my goodness. We got 21 science points, right? Oh no, we don't. How? We got like 1 science point. Okay. No, what's this? Basic rocketry. Oh my goodness. Oh. Decoupler. Okay, all right. Okay, it's getting late. Oh my goodness. That was awesome. That was so good. Okay, so we have a few more things, right? So with this decoupler, is there a way to select everything and just... Okay, so we know at this point this configuration works, right? Put all those there. Great. Everybody's going to fire all at once. That was awesome. You know what? You know what really helped is those those fins. Those fins really added that next level of aerodynamics. I mean, come on, eat your heart out, Elon. It was like the... Yeah, they're solid fuel boosters. It's, you know, it's... I find it fun because we're just doing things. It's so good. I know we should name this, but I can't name it. I know CJ would know what to name it. The second part would be Twister. CJ can say it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if I was to... There you go. There you got it. You got it, wench. So if I was to do this, and then could I put these, or would I have to put those first? Is that everything that has a decoupler? Right. Can I put something in between here? Last set of engines didn't hook onto the decouplers, right? Ooh, you're right. All right. So is this a horrible idea? Grab the engine that's hooked up to the capsule and drag it down a little bit, and then you can put a coupler and reattach it to the main engine. You know this is a great idea. So what could I? Is there an undo button? If I cock this up. Oh, the new these ones here. Oh, good, that works. Those don't have fuel. Okay. I would have to fill them up, right? All right. So if I just had one more stage of these, would that work? Nah, hang on. No. Okay, last. Fuel tanks. Oh, would that work for the liquid? One more thing. If you attach them right above the engines. Okay. This is ridiculous. I love it. Okay. Okay, so this should work. Whatever the hell this is. Okay. All right, we have our so this will all fire first. Then that would decouple. Then these fire. Yes, it'll work. Okay. Oh, hang on. All right. I gotta make sure that everybody is... Okay, so these will fire. And then... Oh, shoot. Did I not put a decoupler in there? Oh, that's all. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, let's do this. Oh boy. It's wobbling. this is probably not going to go well. Okay, so I have no idea what I'm doing. All I know is at this point, this twister should work. It's whether or not everything else is going to work. I guess as long as everything. Well, here goes something. It ain't generating enough lift. All that part there was just for show. Oh my goodness, look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, it's so beautiful. Hey, we got higher that time. We got much higher. Gorgeous. Oh, that's no good. I think there's some damage to my... Oh boy. Oh my god. What happened down there? Oh, crumbs. All right. Oh, shit. Maple syrup. Oh my gosh. No, I think we're good. I think we are good. Hey, he's still alive. Oh, the science. He's alive. Hey, what's going on, Ed? How you doing? He's alive. He's alive. What was the thing I need to do? Crew report. All hatches are obstructed. Can't exit. It's just... Oh. Alright. He can't get out. I'm sorry, Jebediah Kerman. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That was absolutely incredible. Okay, right. I don't entirely fear Kerbal. I feel like I'm getting a love it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll have to do something as like a quick little short. Would be it on here or sorry, be it on YouTube or Hover. Oh my god, Kerbal fears me.
You're damn right it fears him.
No. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. That was, you know what? Thank you. Thank you all for being so awesome tonight. I was feeling a little dejected. Not anymore. I thank you all so much. Do you ever read the XKCD comics? Sometimes, yes. Was it Randall Munroe created those? We reject the Astro rejectors. Yes, indeed. I will be adding this into our books that we read on stream soon. Oh, that was awesome. All right, this was cool. Kerbal was awesome. You guys are incredible. I mean, how do we top tonight? We just keep doing the same awesome we always do. Especially XKCD Kerbal in orbital mechanics when you have time, of course. Naturally. All right, yes, I'm dropping that shout to RE Deacon Games, doing some Lego and massive help for Kerbal. Yeah, y'all are all amazing. All right. Oh, okay. All right. My stomach hurts more from laughing than it has in a long time, but also mainly because it just doesn't. It's become numb from so much of the hot peppers tonight. However, I would never do it if I was ever in a great deal of pain, or I think it would be ridiculous. So I thank you all for that. I thank you so much for reaching some goals tonight. It is always, I am forever grateful for what y'all do and hanging out and spending the time and the advice. This is like, I don't know what I'm doing in Kerbal. I haven't a Scooby. But you know what? It is always fun. It is always a wonderful time with you guys. But let's see, who do we have? Who do we have tonight? What is going on the Twitch on a Tuesday evening? All right. I think a little music, a little rocking out is needed, is well needed tonight. So we're gonna go say hello to Roxy Gun Project. Drop them a follow, go say hello, listen to some awesome music with them. But you guys have been absolutely incredible tonight. I thank you so much. So, like, all the thanks. We gotta make up some new words for thank yous. But we'll be back on Friday with astronomy chat, and you know, I'm always going to be open to some more Kerbal, but for that, we will definitely keep that for these streams as well. Next Tuesday, I'll keep you guys updated what we're going to be doing for some of the art and just some general fun of what we like to do. But for those who are subscribed to the channel, there is your raid message. For those who are not subscribed, we got you covered. Do not worry. I appreciate y'all hanging out and spending time with us today, and greatly appreciated to those who have cheered bits and those who have subscribed and resubscribed and also gifted subs and reaching a couple of hype trains tonight. That is pretty friggin' awesome. So I thank you so much for that. As well as the incredible raids. We got to go back a little. We got to go back far here. Let's yes, a big thank you to Kazuari, Lego Puck Boy, Stephen McNaught Real, El Taco Meat. You all are absolutely incredible. Mental Flex, hopefully you had a good time tonight. It's been my pleasure to almost pee my pants laughing. But no, thank you all so much for the awesome vibes. It was, yeah, I'm looking forward to the future. I'm looking forward to what adventures are going to await. Oop, let's get that right. But yeah, there we go. All right, let's get you over to some rock and roll. Some awesome music, a wonderful group. We're going to see Roxy Gun Project. Thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. It has been absolutely incredible. I will be back Friday with our astronomy chat and some update on NASA's SLS rocket and everything else that comes along with the fantastic realm of space exploration. So thank you so much. As always, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. Here to share the universe. Have a very good morning, a very good night, a very good afternoon, wherever you are. We will see you real soon. Take care.